Whereas we should remove this English word, corruption, and put Nigeria in it. So that when you say maybe the most Nigeria country in the world, it means more than the most corrupt country in the world. You understand? We need to remove corruption, evil, and wicked, join them together now, call it Nigeria. So that in the dictionary, in the Wikipedia, once you say Nigeria, everybody understand what it means. Listen to the lawmakers, what they are saying.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we passed the tax laws on this floor, and Mr. Speaker, I took my time in the last 3 days to look at the gazetted pass copy, the vote and proceedings of the House of Representatives, and also went an extra mile to look at the vote and proceedings of the Senate, of what was harmonized. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, what I passed on this floor is not what is gazetted. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have all the copies, but I'm coming under privilege because I was here, I gave my vote, and it was counted.
What was passed under the tax law is not what was gazetted. It is not what the president signed. Which means they have two copies of the thing now. They bring the good one, palatable one for the senators to debate on, to pass it. Once they pass it, you think it's that thing they are passing. No, another thing is just like election rigging in Nigeria. 2027 election result has already been written down. Now they make people go and vote, they go and take your PVC, blah blah blah, or just to scam the whole world and scam everybody. Whereas the winner has already been written, down. You go to polling units, maybe people that voted there, maybe it's 2,000 in a polling unit. Or normally people that voted, the total vote is 2,000. But what they have written there is 17,000 that are what they wrote, different names, everything different. How can you fix a country like this? No, tell me. How can you fix a country whereas wickedness, evil, corruption is the tradition? Nobody is entering into Nigerian politics in order to fix things. No. Our people are entering into politics in order to loot, to take their own part. How can you fix this type of a mess in this world? How? No, tell me how. Where Nigerian, super tanker or super tankers are used in oil theft, crude oil bunkering. Everybody now zona exploiting, looting. Everybody. If we don't destroy Nigeria, Nigeria will destroy everybody. I used to say this. Nigeria is a virus that is infecting Biafrans. And we know that whatever Biafrans learn, they become master in it, even more than the people that teach them. I am afraid that if care is not taken, if Biafra restoration of Biafra takes much longer time than usual, there will be a catastrophe because the people might have been Nigerianized, and that is why this education is very, very important. What they are learning in Nigeria, what Nigeria is teaching everybody is evil, wickedness. What is a word that is more than corruption? Looting, exploitation of anybody around you. They know that whatever Biafrans learn, they become masters. So it is better we join hands together and got what we want. Look at the write-up of the journalist, Mike Arnold, the American journalist, that Reno Mukri tried to, you know, tried to buy through financing for holiday, for his holiday on his birthday party in Kenya. He didn't know that they are, most of them are not like that. Everything was paid for by Reno Mukri, thinking that he will use him as an asset when the time comes. Even the man was quite suspicious inside him when he was invited by Reno Mukri. Tell him, no, don't worry, tickets, everything is paid for. Bookings, your hotel, don't worry, everything is paid for. I need you to be there to enjoy your life for a few days. And the man was inside him. He went, but he was watching. Say, what did this man want of me? He said, no, feel free. No, everything. They took him to safari, did everything for him, Everything paid in advance. No shishing from Mike Arnold. After the enjoyment, and the time came, this propaganda against Christian genocide. He was expecting him to, as a friend, you have to do as I tell you. The man said, no, you cannot buy my conscience. I am not a Nigerian. You can't buy my conscience. It's Nigerians you can buy very cheap price. They don't have dignity. But me, nah, you can. It's okay. This is the reason why all these things you paid. Okay. Look at what he wrote. Even on Facebook, on his Facebook platform, Mike Arnold. Nigerians can't blame Trump for the visa ban when your government sends a delegation of pathological liars. This is from a foreigner. A foreigner. Where have you seen a foreigner individually, insulting the government of the world? Where? Nigeria can't blame Trump for the visa ban when your government sends a delegation of pathological liars and appoints known scammers to be ambassadors. What do you expect? You reap what you sow, and that is true. That is true. So how can a country, in a gazette, in a purported, in a bill that they want to pass into law, now there will be duplication. One side is different, the other side is different. They have written the one that should be signed by the president after passing it. That is, they have written the one that should be signed by the president. Now they have written another one for the senators, the lawmakers, to pass, which looks good. It will look good in the eyes of the lawmaker. They say, okay, this is nice, it's for the interest of Nigeria. Once they, once they pass it in the assembly, you know what? They will change it. They will now do a bracadabra. Just guy work on and change it. And take the other one. The other one that they have signed is already with the president. You understand? You see, who is deceiving who? Who is deceiving who? And you see Nigerians talking about fixing Nigeria. No, they don't want Nigeria to be lost. They don't want to lose Nigeria. What are you saying about Nigeria? Is it this character? Where else in other parts of the world you have corruption, yes, but it has limitation. But in Nigeria, everything there is It's a complete mess. Listen again to this, please. Listen.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we passed the tax laws on this floor, and Mr. Speaker, I took my time in
They passed a tax law. This is a lawmaker speaking in the assembly. They passed a tax law, and he himself, he took his time in order to study the gazetted one, what they have passed and everything.
the last 3 days to look at the gazetted pass copy, the vote and proceedings of the House of Representatives, and also went an extra mile to look at the vote and proceedings of the Senate of what was harmonized. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, what I passed on this floor is not what is gazetted. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have all the copies, but I'm coming under privilege because I was here, I gave my vote, and it was counted, and I'm seeing something completely different. So on
Nigeria is the more you look, the less you see. What a country. I say, what a country. If they can do this swindling, scamming in the distance, in the assembly, lawmakers, what else are you talking about of Nigeria? What else?
On that note, on this privilege, I will call on Mr. Speaker to graciously look at what was harmonized, what is in the Gazette.
Mr. Speaker knows about everything. You know. And these people, even that are complaining, don't worry. They will do the politicking, private phone calls. Say, oh boy, leave that. We have already transferred 2 billion naira in your account. Leave it. All of them, they will give them something, and everybody will now say, okay, everything is okay. What is the hope of common man in Nigeria? These are where people are telling us, go and hold your political representatives, your senators, they represent you. Go and you through them. Now you can talk about Biafra in a place where what they talk about, somebody will raise a bill. Now after they will go and modify, modify another thing altogether. When they are voting the bill into law in the Senate, you say, okay, it's good. But the gazetted copy, which after voting now, the president, the executive will sign it, it becomes a law. What the executive will sign is a different thing altogether that they have already written. It's something where you know, and these people will, some of them will not be careful enough to even, so they say, okay, it's the same thing, and they sign it into law. Whatever, maybe one or two executive, one or two, what they write. Tomorrow they will say, no, you bring the original. They say, no, this is not. Look at what you, what you debated. Look at it. You open your mouth, you cannot close back. You say, what is happening? The same way they do in election. Nigeria is not a country, honestly. Nigeria is not a country. It's an entity that is in its. I've been saying it that look, if Nigeria continues existing for another 50 years, it will be turning out to human beings that are different from other mainstream human beings from every other country. I am telling you, their behavior, everything about them will be completely different. People will be saying, where does these people come from? Which planet do they come from? The way they behave. And as our brother said, which I concur with him, it's already happening. Because when you see a Nigerian that is coming from Nigeria, anywhere in the world, that is a newcomer from Nigeria, even only the way he walks on the street, you know. That only Nigeria and the Kanu over there. You know immediately you will know. Because you are seeing an animal, even lesser animal walking on this. You see it in his body. It doesn't matter what he wear. It doesn't matter his social status. You will see it immediately. in his body, the way he walks on the streets. You see it. He'll be exhibiting direct. So good.
Copy what was passed in the House and the Senate. You will find out what is before Nigerians, which is being sold to Nigerians at the Ministry of Information, which I personally went to buy the gazetted copies, are not what was passed.
What they are telling Nigeria wayo. Or na Nigeria na egwu wayo. No, Nigeria wayo itself. And wayo just everybody wayo Nigeria wayo. That's why I love what Mike Arnold said. He said Nigerians can't blame Trump for the visa ban when your government sends a delegation of pathological liars and appoints known scammers to be ambassadors. What do you expect? You reap what you sow. Until Nigeria disintegrates and balkanize. Let me tell you, any person that is talking about saving Nigeria, it doesn't matter his status, it doesn't matter where he comes from. See that person as a fool. Any person that is talking about unity of Nigeria, let us salvage Nigeria, let us this and that Nigeria. No, we should never allow Nigeria to this. That person is the problem. I am telling you, is a fool, is mischievous. People will be. I used to hear what some people used to say that look, it doesn't matter even if you separate. It is the same people that we will be in the helms of affairs of each separate entity or region that is become a different country, a nation. And I laugh. I say, Oga, no, sir. No, ma, it is not true. By that time, the government will be nearer to the people. People will be in charge. Are you getting what I'm saying? Imagine in a Biafra where you are not interested. You are no longer going to protest. Think of going to a strange land to protest in Lagos, former Dodam Barracks, or in Asorok in Abuja, very far, where you don't even know. The people that you are talking, you don't even know them. Their culture is strange from their own. So even what you are doing is abomination, protest, or what you are talking is abomination in their culture. You don't know. No. In Biafra, it is we. Anywhere the capital is, everybody will go there because government is ours. Do you see the difference? You cannot bring soldiers that are our people to start killing everybody. No, all of us will die there because we are together. But in the case of Nigeria, it's very far from us. Government is very, very far. If you thought they say because you see that these people came from far, they don't understand you, they hate you. Their core value, you for them you are an infidel, so you don't need to exist. So any slightest error or any slightest provocation in the name of protesting against one thing, you are legitimate right, they will bring them. I could remember many times in Biafra land, they bring people from the corner of that dome, whether they are from Nigeria, I don't know. People that don't hear come in English. You see them, people that they don't even hear. What they hear is one chop. That is a hands up. One chop. Or the bam, they kill you. Because for them, you are not their brother. You are not one of them. They don't get. They are aliens to us. But when we have our separate nation, it is we. Any person that will come there to cause, to scam or to cause looting, this, all of us go die there now. All of us. We go and it's not far now. It's not far. They will no longer, no politician will no longer fly and go and stay in Abuja. Don't you see that in Biafra, they cause havoc in Biafra land, and you see them. They have mansions, they have houses in Abuja. The governors of Biafra land. Don't you see that? Do they stay in Biafra land? They say they have escape. They escape. They are in Abuja, ruling as governors of Imo State. They are in Abuja, ruling as governor of Anambra, as a bunny. Governor of Delta, they are in Abuja there. But if we have our Biafran nation, it will no longer, it cannot fly outside. It will stay there. All of us stay there. So if everybody will be, every politician will be afraid, because if you do any nonsense, everybody will march to your house. Youths will, Biafrans will march to your house. It's not far now. Where will be far? Where? Is it in Lower Benue? March from Enugu, march, enter your house and you ransack, bring you out from your house. You have no place to hide. Or is it no way? People will, so you see that government near everybody near will become pass and parcel, so you have no place to run to as a politician. But in Nigeria today, Biafran politicians, they have safe heaven. Are you going to go to Abuja to do them anything? No. Are you going? Do you see what happened before the sentence? They convicted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, sentenced him. The Nigerian DSS, they warned the governors and senators in Biafra land, mostly in the Igbo part of Biafra land, mostly, that they should vacate. You know that all the IPOB and branch, you know, anything they discuss in Asorok, IPOB have know it immediately. They told the governors to vacate, that they are going to convict, sentence him. If they sentence him, that there will be a problem. You know, they have planned the problem. They informed the senators, the governors, and all of them flew. None of them was in Biafra land during the sentencing when they sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For your information, no governor was in Biafra land. All of them, they were in Abuja. All of them were in Abuja, monitoring. When I cut her hands down, because there's something they wanted to do. Yeah, when Mazi Chinasanwori came and knocked everybody hands down, you can't go Nigeria asking who is giving these people this wisdom? That anybody that comes out and say, hey, we are so ESN, if you don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are going to burn down. Once somebody, if had it been not the position of IPOB, Nigerian government has prepared their criminals everywhere, waiting to activate them under the name of ESN. People don't know. I say, you see, DOS, tested and trusted. They are wise, honestly. They are. That's why when I see people saying, hey, waiting they happen, and I'm not doing anything, and I just the yarn for talking. These are fools. Either the agents. When I see them on comment section, I overlook them, because they are either fools or agents, Nigeria agents. Because some of them go and trace, just check their platform, check their background, nothing. They will just come, either even robots or fools or Nigeria agents. And we know them. You understand? You know them. Nigeria planned very big. Nigeria, but IPOB knocked them hands down. They wanted to put Biafra land into Union also. Now they will be heaping it on IPOB. Oh, IPOB, it is because of the sentencing of Mazi. See what IPOB is causing. They are killing. You see the killing, kidnapping, killing everywhere in Biafra land. They will unleash criminals. Even with that, Fulani terrorists will enter. They'll bring them in. They have prepared everything. They will activate their secret cells and they will killing everywhere. And they say, because you see them once they come on they do video. 5 people will carry on say, we are ESF. We are, don't worry, there will be no peace until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. Otherwise, this sentence, this and that, you will be killing everywhere. But the leadership did the needful, and Nigeria was really disappointed, honestly. IPOB Obuonye esi ndo na aganyo ndo na Toyota. What IPOB is going to do next, they don't know. Where you think that they will do this and that, they will not do. Where you think that they will do left, they do right. That is how it is. In freedom fighting, like Mazi Sanwo-Olu used to say, you don't use a technique twice. You don't need, you always surprise your enemy. It's a surprise. You surprise your enemy. Because if your enemy knows that, you are going to use the same technique, they know what will happen. And they will be prepared for it already. Or they bastardize it. You understand? So, this struggle is something very, very deep. With your myopic mindset and sight, you will not see and understand. Let me finish playing what this man was crying.
So there is no motion here, but Mr. Speaker, I'll be pleading that all the documents should be brought before the committee of the whole. The whole members should see what is in the gazetted, should see what they passed on the floor, so that we can make the relevant amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a breach of the Constitution. This is a breach of our laws, and this should not be taken by this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
This person that is talking, a breach of law, is good, but maybe he never received. Maybe he never received, and he will receive. He will receive privately. They will send him a lot. Or I say, oh boy, this is, I like watching sometimes that Governor Monique. This is why wearing this 1005. Wearing it is good by politicians. Or more say, I beg you forget. I see. They will tell him, you don't leave. This is Nigeria. That is the way they cover everything. This is Nigeria. I beg, leave everything. And he will meet him tomorrow. This person that is talking, meet him tomorrow and ask him how far. He will tell you that no, everything has been regulated. No, it's okay because you have received. This is the extreme greed. Is it not therefore mine? Therefore mine said now no need of agitation for Biafra. As long as I'm okay, every Biafra has come. We are okay. We are fine because I'm now the Minister of Wars. We are fine. The integration of Igbos is good, These people their mentality is lower than chimpanzee, honestly. They don't care about collective interest. They don't care about what their decision, will do. How will it affect the life of people? Generations coming. No, that is not their problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. They don't think about that. What matters to them is, what matters to them is what they can gain, what they are getting. As long as they are okay, everybody is okay. Very, very sad indeed. I say very, very sad indeed. Let me Let me read it on news a bit. Let me read what they write. It's the same thing that I played anyway. A member of the House of Representatives, Abdul Samad Dasuki, has called on lawmakers to urgently review the tax laws passed by the National Assembly following allegations that the version currently gazetted differs from what was approved by both chambers. It is the same thing you had. Where no, I don't know if line open, please. If there is any other place, because you know Biafrans were everywhere around the world. If there is any other place you've had this type of thing, please tell us, call and tell later, please. Because what you see in Nigeria is things that are absurd, things that you can never see or hear in any other part of the world. That doesn't exist. You have corruption, yes. Countries are corrupt, yes. But it's not to this extent. No. It's not to this extent. So, this is the more reason why we are clamoring in order to get out of this quagmire called Nigeria. Nigeria was created to be like this. Nigeria was amalgamated to be like this. You know, as we are clamoring, shouting, this exploitation, corruption everywhere going on, have you ever seen where Shell stop working? I mean, drilling oil? No, they don't care, because this is what is empowering them. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is how they created Nigeria to be. India Larananta, I used to give this example. India reshuffled themselves and became a great country they are today. What Britain created in Africa as Nigeria is what they tried to create in Asia. Asian giant jungle in the name of India. But Indians are human beings. They overcame, they restructured themselves, rearranged themselves to who they are or who they were. And, you know, that's why today they are going on. I don't know why somebody is calling me while I'm on air. Is my voice not coming out, please? Why somebody is calling me why I am on air? I don't know why. Why is somebody calling me knowing fully well that I am on air? So please, what am I trying to say? There is no other country on this planet Earth that you see these things happening. Britain created it like this. When I look at people or I listen to people that are saying, no, we need to save Nigeria, I say, how can you save Nigeria? It is too late. Indians saved themselves right from onset. Are you getting what I'm saying? Indians saved themselves right from the onset. Before independence, they suffered once and for all. No, let us suffer this once and for all, so that in the future we will not suffer in the future. In the case of Nigeria, people continue window dressing, massaging the wound. Say no, let us you know, we are one. Let us. At the beginning, this should have been solved, but greed of Azikiwe also played a very big role. Azikiwe's selfishness and greed. Ahmad Bello was highly bold in making it known to Britain that they cannot stay with people they don't know. I gave it to him. I gave it to him. That's why I don't even blame him. Honestly speaking, I don't blame him. He was forced. Britain cornered him and said, hey, don't you know that we have been working together? We, Fulani and Europe has been working together since. Don't you know that? So stay, we know, stay in Nigeria. We know. We know your fear, but you will enjoy it later. You go enjoy them later, don't worry. That was part of the private negotiation with Ahmad Bello. Because he was ignorant. He was hoa at the beginning. Saying that no, they don't want. If Southern Protectorates wants to go be independent, let them go. They don't want that. North is not yet ready. Why can't here on Radio Biafra we don't say things to make you happy? No, we say things as it is. This is a historical fact, historical reality. Ahmad Bello said, no, we cannot stay with people that we don't know. Our educational system come from the Arab. We're in the Sahel. We are Muslims. We are a caliphate. We don't know these people. Our system is different from them. So we cannot stay with them in one country. It's not possible. Ahmad Bello flatly refused right from 1957. When Nahru raised the issue of independence, the motion, Ahmad Bello bluntly objected, said, no, if you people want to be independent, continue, fight for your own independence. Exclude us from your country. Britain noticed. They say, of these people, we don't need to leave them all. Because Britain didn't want what happened in India to happen in Nigeria. That's why they cornered Ahmad Bello. They negotiated with him, gave him everything, the whole rights, and left the caliphate to continue staying. So you can have everything in Nigeria as long as you belong, you and them. You will enjoy. You go enjoy them later now. Don't worry. Whereas Igbo man, you know everything. Sometimes I'm like Igbo like this. I'm bend all Igbo like this. Onye ma ihe. Ịma ihe ndị na-achọ na ma na-achọ anyị. Ha na-achị anyị ka ụmụ anụ ọhịa. Anyị na-eti. Ka ebe amamihe gị. We are individual talent iji na-aghọ, ere nwa ahịa. Every time crying. I think the other day was a fire again in Lagos market. Look at Nnamdi, this in money. You continue crying until you realize that the hard way. You learn the hard way. I know the pity again. We will understand the hard way. Mazi Nnamdi said, when these people, if they come, they fool our bushes, and you want me to command the army to go and fight them, I will say, because when he started asking for support, nobody listened to him. So you go continue crying. Where the market burnt, I don't know, in Lagos, which part of Lagos? Suya market where? Other people, other sides, they say, no, concern me. Maybe their sibling will call them from outside Lagos, from east or from anywhere. This this and that every time. Now wow, I say no, don't worry, brother. No, reach my side. Our side, no get that. No, we don't get that problem. We are in good terms with the people here. The Ajigbade of war, we in good terms. Now my brother's friend, we in good terms, so there's no problem. We even do meeting with them once a month. So Jehovah will say. Jesus nando. I'll get a tie. I'll say Jesus' name, amen. No. So those other people that fire burn their, concern him. But in the next few weeks, he will start crying. He don't touch him. Yes, in the home mad. On the against every time I to wish he pity. Nah. Me, I know there. I know there. You go touch everybody. Is it not the 1966 pogrom that touched every Igbo man, every Biafran, not only Igbo? When I say Igbo, it's all Biafrans. Is it not the because of the pogrom, that is a genocide against Biafrans, also everywhere, from north, middle belt, the people that from Connaught, they will kill our people. When they reach from southern Kaduna to Jos Plateau to down to Benue, in the far of a book of most of them. On a train, say go and see. Now our people are saying, "Nah, you don't reach Lagos, in Ibadan, everywhere." Everywhere they hot for Biafrans. That was the time they realized that now they need to do something. Otherwise, they will be wiped out because there is no place that is conducive for them. There was no place conducive for them. That is how Igbo people behave. But as long as there is a place, slightest space where a Biafran can find solace, even if they are calling him, they are treating him as a slave, but they don't kill him. At least he is ready to abide there, stay there. So now, no one problem. At least, no, he will not fight. He will not fight for freedom. Never. He will not fight until everywhere becomes hot. If you go like this, you put head this side, you walk on. That time Koga was no okay, game. Came a kai be on ourself, okay, meme. That is when you see woman start thinking of reaction. So maybe that is what they want done to them. And a fool at 40 is fool forever. That is the only thing I will conclude. A fool at 40 remains a fool forever. I am telling you. Now, I will read some news headlines, but remember we continue the manipulations of the Sokoto Caliphate. Are you getting what I'm saying? The mistake that was made by Ezekiel cannot be overemphasized. We continue it. You should have known that these people, or the caliphate, they are very dangerous. Do you know that this Sokoto Caliphate, Ottoman Danfodio, do you know that they helped the Europeans in slave trading? Do you know that? They used to go slave raiding. Do you know that? They work with Europeans. Before the amalgamation of Nigeria. Because they were on Islamic conquest. So they will go and capture slaves. Let me tell you, it is even the Fulani that abducted the person today that you hear his story, Samuel Ajay Crowder. They kidnapped him in 1821, the Fulani, when he was 12 years old. Fulani raiders from his village in, I think, the present day Oyo State. Samuel Ajay Crowder. He was not his real name anyway. Are you getting what I'm saying? Around to 1821, Fulani, they raided and captured him, took him, kidnapped him, and his parents They killed even his father. The same thing they are doing today. So when they tell you that no, kidnapping didn't start, it was not started by the Northerners or by Fulani. It's somebody that didn't know. You know, they deceive our people very easy. Say, hey, it started in Niger. Who tell you that? The Fulani we are helping during the slave trading. We are helping in parts of West Africa. You know, there's how the Europeans behave. What matters is their interest. Are you getting what I'm saying? Purely interest. They don't care you die, you perish, God, they don't care. They commit pogrom. That is not their problem. And that is the reason why they rule the world. They conquer the Europeans, you see. They conquer the world. When they come in a place, they look at the dominant species and they arm him, they align with him, support him, give him more arms to be maltreating other idiots that are there. Other idiot, they say, and they will be shouting, hey, you are killing us. Fulani is killing us. The Europeans will be laughing, say, look at these idiots. They don't know that the world is survival of the fittest. Come on, that is why they are arming the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists. It is not today it started. They give them arms, say, okay. They go to places in Yoruba land. They capture this person as Samuel Ajay Crowther and took him, sold him to Portuguese. They are as infidels. Sold them to Portuguese merchantmen. And while on the sea, on the high sea, the Portuguese ship on the high sea, they were intercepted by British Navy, because that time British Royal Navy, it was the world power that time. So they intercepted them, because that time they have outlawed slavery, transatlantic slavery. But the Portuguese and Spanish, they were still doing it clandestinely. So Britain have to enforce that banning. And when they finally intercepted the ship that was the slave ship that was carrying others, including Ajay Crowther, they entered and released all the slaves there in the ship, transferred them, took them to Sierra Leone. And that is from there Samuel Ajay Crowther converted into Christianity and became a Protestant clergy, Anglican bishop, and studied. Do you see that? So when you see the Fulani and European, it is not today they started working hand in hand. They arm them, they send them. For the Fulani, they use religion, Islam, in order to mask their agenda through agenda, Fulanization. Are you getting it? Fulanization. But they wear the clothes of Islam, because you can see even in Quran verses that promote what they are doing. So tactically they use Islam in order to Fulanize people. Now when the Muslims that they are killing, they tell them that they are not Islamic enough. What is the meaning of being Islamic in the terms of the Fulani? Even if they are Muslim, they say, no, you are not Muslim enough. Which means being Muslim enough is being their subjugates, bowing down to them. By that time, you are Muslim enough. As they colonize the whole Hausa and the other ethnicities as Almajiris, you are Muslim enough. They can spare you because you become a tool, a weapon in their hand. They can use you at will. That is how they behave. It didn't start today. It started a long time, even before the amalgamation of Nigeria. So when you see anybody that is trying to, tell you that they want to save Nigeria with this Christian genocide, they don't want to start a cataclysm. They don't want to start a religious war, as if there has not been religious war going on in Nigeria for decades. As if they don't have there has not been religious. He's a fool that don't know. So now let me go to other news headlines. There is a clip I want to play, but let me go to other news headlines. This new headlines, he said, Northern elders visit JNI, can call for reconciliation. They used to take the so-called Nigerian Christians or Nigerian indigenous people, let me put it like that, as fools. They play with them. They play with their mentality. They play with their mentality, and it's fun to the caliphate. Fun. They say these are the people now. When they go to reconcile, they will tell you, they will quote Bible, say, remember your Bible say, if we slap you this side, turn to the other side. You have to forgive. So we are one. Hey, people will clap. Oh, now wow, it's a Muslim, but they quote Bible. Now wow, now we are one. Hey, bless. Inside them, they are saying, you fools. What they are doing is, I call it busy doing nothing. They are showcasing window display. They are showcasing to Trump that, oh, we are doing something. We are doing something. You say, and I think Nigeria has signed a deal with Italy to purchase 24 fighter jets. We need to be up and doing. If you see this situation, these people you call the caliphate, they are very, very smart. They will use it to their maximum advantage. Are you getting it? All these places, all these times you see, after they are promoting, Nigerian Air Force is bombing, has bombed and neutralized several terrorists in Castina, in Sambisa, in all of a sudden. They are sending the whole thing, documenting, sending fake videos to Donald Trump that they are doing. Oh, they say they are killing the thing. So no need of you coming again. We are doing it. Just allow us to purchase. Give us arms. Allow us to purchase. We have money to purchase arms. And they have been like, okay, we give you go and purchase arms from Italy. Jet fighter from Italy, no problem. All these arms, they are purchasing it to use it against Biafra. That's why I say we shouldn't be naive, please. We shouldn't be naive. Now they go and they jail. I mean, they detain Malami. He's a terrorist sponsor. It's true. Matawele. Oh no, he's a sponsor of a terrorist and that. It's true. They know what they are doing. They are ready to sacrifice just very few to save their agenda. They are very good in politics. So don't be carried away. They are number one, top notch when it comes to politics of deception. They know how to do it. So if you relax and say, okay, America is the only solution that will solve this Nigerian problem of Christian genocide is outright balkanization of Nigeria. Any other thing is just you are just giving them time. Within 3 years, Trump will be out of office, isn't it? Isn't it? So what is we have to increase? We have to increase what we are doing. Double, quadruple, centuple, nano triple, as much as we can. in order to tell our story that, look, we cannot, there is no way Afghanistan can be in the same country with Canada and they progress as a country. No, they will be vying for supremacy. Sharia will be vying for supremacy with democracy, which they cannot go together. And every time there will be killing. And you know what Sharia means now? They are dominating. They are dominating power. They will always like to dominate. So they don't care about development. So how can you think Nigeria will progress? Let me read a bit, because indigenous people in general, Christians in particular in Nigeria, because indigenous people includes even little Muslims and the non-Muslims. They are very cheap in Nigeria. Small thing, you get them. Little thing, you get like babies. You get toddlers. Small, when they cry, open mouth, you bring out biscuits. Toddler will stop. He will take biscuit and start laughing. That is how the indigenous people are. So, this is December 17th news headlines. Today's news headline. It says, Northern elders visit JNI Khan, call for reconciliation. Now, let us see reconciliation on what? Leaders from the North, including a former spokesperson, let me continue a bit. Leaders from the North, including a former spokesperson of the Northern Elders Forum, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, and a former executive secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Professor Yusuf Osman, have visited the headquarters of the 19 Northern Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the Jama'atu Nasri Islam on a reconciliation mission between Muslims and Christians in northern Nigeria. Tell me this. Just hold on, let me take a sip. Tell me, how do you think in these 19 states, northern states, you have, I think, 12 or 13 that is practicing Sharia, and they have come out from Katsina State. They say they are more than 99% Muslim. They claim, because they like to claim everything. You know what used to make me wonder? The domineering character of these people. But still, they manage to convince Nigerians that no, they are timid. It is Igbos that are domineering. They paint pictures of the caliphate, the Fulani, as very timid. People you need to pity. They don't know anything. They don't have anything. Blame Nigeria government for everything, because they don't develop them. They don't develop them. That is why. So, hey, you see, Nigerians are wise men who will die for foolish man backyard. I am telling you. Today I'm just taking it easy because I want people to flow with me. These people now, how can you have CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, in the whole of the 19 northern Nigerian states, whereas 12 or 13 are practicing Sharia? Tell me, how can Sharia coexist with Christianity, with non-Muslim? No, tell me now. Tell me. we make you here on Radio Biafra, we push you to reason, make use of your brain. The other day, I read on about countries that are practicing Sharia, how virulent, how openly aggressive, I mean, in their government policy, they are aggressive against non-Muslims. I'm not talking about foreigners that came, expatriates, no, that are non-Muslims, no. Indigenous. Anywhere that they use Sharia, know that that place, as a non-Muslim, mostly as a Christian, you have to tread with caution. You have to be hiding. So, what is the need of the reconciliation? For what? That, okay, we as Sharia, we are going to now be accommodating you as Christians. Okay, we are going to allow you to live your type of life as indigenous people in Sokoto. Now you can drink, you can have alcoholic beverages. You are no more controlled by Sharia. Is that what? No, let's Nigerians make one think now, I beg. Make one think. Nigerian indigenous population. Why is it that Fulani, they use on our head, they they blow left and right like football? Say on I no get brain. Make I talk am for pidgin, honestly. He dey pain me, he dey surprise me. How little Fulani they come use on a brain, they play football. Jail now. Make on a think. Where on I don't see say Sharia, the waka in harmony with Christianity. Tell me where now. They exist. It is because of the pressure of Donald Trump on Christian genocide, which is he have sent delegates, congressmen, and they have gone to Nigeria. They are making the reports to present to Donald Trump that sent them. They have seen with their eye like more. He went, he saw, he feel it, he felt it. It's not a story somebody told him. Are you getting what I'm saying? But now, the Fulani, they are playing their normal politics of coming you now. Now we are one now. We're gonna tell Trump say, no problem. Well, we not go to America. Where have they been? Where we are all these northern elders since decades, many years back? I posted on my timeline on Facebook. I don't know whether I put it even on my Twitter. Jonas Raphael. Sultan of Sokoto in 2011. How Sultan of Sokoto condemns Boko Haram crackdown. Remember, 2011, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. How he condemned the crackdown on Boko Haram. He condemned, they should be, he supported Boko Haram. Are you getting it? But Nigerians have forgotten. The same Sultan of Sokoto that Saad Abubakar. I will play a clip about him. So, how is these people? How are they? How do you think they are doing reconciliation? To bring back those that they have killed. The Christians that have been murdered by the Fulani terrorists, are they going to bring them back? What is reconciliation? No. Without justice, there will be no peace. No, you are talking when you talk about reconciliation, you have to prove that okay, this is the victim, this is the culprit. Now, if it is something that could be reconciled, if it is something reconcilable, now the two parties will go and reconcile. But when there is no determination of nobody agrees to be the culprit, no, just let us reconcile. It's okay. Let's forget past. How can you forget people, villages that were sacked because of their faith? It's not one day. It's not 1 year. It is not something that that started yesterday, and you are telling me that you are reconciling? Is that the how cheap the indigenous people are? Is that how cheap they are? Let me play this clip which I played before, please. Before going, there is another clip I want to play. Please. Let me see. Let me see. The man, the pastor, he said he's a witness. He's not talking from a foreigner's or an observer's point of view. Please. Listen again. You heard me, I played it during the preamble before starting. Listen again.
Representative of, I'm going to put the same question to you. As the representative of Kanu, I'm going to put the same question to you. When you hear the term or the allegation of Christian genocide from the United States, President Trump, Ted Cruz, etc., what were your thoughts? And indeed, do you agree with them?
Because you are running out of time, I will save you and just go to the basic. One, I've listened to the other speakers. I've listened to the arguments they bring. I am not speaking from research or whatever. I'm speaking as a victim.
He is speaking as a victim. This is a northern clergy, a northern Christian. So he's not speaking from, okay, I travel, I make the research. No, as a victim, he saw it all.
I'm speaking as the pastor who buried the almost 2,000 people in 2000.
Almost 2,000 people. The one he buried, a pastor that led the burial. So these people that are talking about visiting Kanu offices, because these are most of these Kanu officials, they are wearing Christian robes, but they are Muslims in their conduct. I am telling you, they are representatives of the Caliphate. Caliphate put them there. Don't you see governor of Benue State? I said earlier. What did he say? He said, no, Benue, no Christian genocide. No, nobody was killed. I said, no, it's just skirmishes, farmers, headers clash. I'm the governor. If there is anything like that, I am the governor, chief executive officer. I am in the right place to know, to say, so there's nothing happening in my state. These are the people that they visited. Are you getting it? Benue, that the former governor started fighting right from the one in office. He was vocal, Governor Autumn, telling the Caliphate that they will never subjugate them, that they can never subjugate them, that he's a TV man. Every time he was shouting. Even Autumn, Governor Autumn, he said that many other some other indigenous northern governors used to call him in private to cheer him, to beg him to continue, that what he's doing, that they cannot do it in public. Please, that he is serving them. And the next governor that was there, when the next governor that succeeded Autumn, he became somebody that the people thought that, he's a reverend father. This one will be more fire than Autumn. He will lead the people. He came, you don't know that the Caliphate brought fake to them. Do you see that? They changed the whole thing and gave them fake person. All the words of Autumn, this one came and he changed the whole narrative. Do you see why I always clamor for institutional change, system change, not individual help or individual goodwill, as I used to say. No, the system. Because when you always clap, as Nigerians used to say, no, we will get there. We will get the right person one day. Let us continue voting. We will get the right person. When you get the person you think is the right person, He worked for 8 years, for 4 years. Do you think about after him? No, no. Do you always think, okay, is it the whole world will end in his 8th year? Like as we are seeing Oti, Governor Oti, working. Okay. In the standard of Nigeria, is working. Okay. Do we take time to ask what about after Oti's 8th year term? He will get out of power. Autumn is now, dumbfounded. The way I'm imagining him, he is now dumbfounded, watching the whole things he has clamored for. He has worked hard to protect his predecessor. His what do you call him? The person after him is now destroying everything. There's nothing he can do. Do you see that? That is the system. The caliphate, as long as Nigeria is concerned, the caliphate will come. They'll be waiting. Say, okay, another clap for Otiabi. Wait now. They will go. They have made another arrangement, and the person will come to you as if he is even noticed nothing. He will do this. He will do. When he enters, you see that you have been duped, and there is no going back. You cannot no longer reverse it. That is what happened in Benue. So that is why IPOB will always clamor to build a better society, a very good system that checkmates people, not going on hoping of putting an individual that can at least with a good conscience that we have. No, in Biafra we don't want a person with good conscience, individual good conscience. No, whether you are conscienceless, the system will make sure to force you to behave. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is the Biafra we are looking for. Whether you are conscienceless, anything you want to be, once you enter the system serving the people, now the system will turn you into to do the right thing by force. I used to give this example. Maybe you are hearing me in Nigeria, you are in Germany, you are in Spain, you are in Australia, you are in South Korea, you are in Japan, working happily, working genuinely making money and being happy and sending money home, building houses, making your investments home. You are happy. But you remember when you were in Nigeria, maybe you were an armed robber. Maybe as you are listening to me, you were an armed robber. But immediately you flew, you got your visa, you enter Germany, you check the system, you meet people meet you, you say, nah, chilo. You see the system, you saw the system. It's not a place you can do armed robbery, never. You will never succeed. So the system change it chill you. Do you see? That is what IPOB, the type of nation, the type of country we are trying to restore. Where it doesn't matter who you are, you enter the system will change you. We are not counting on your individual goodness, no, or goodwill. No. How can a people be counting on somebody's goodwill only? So what if the person moves out of office? Everything will now collapse. Another person will come and we check, well, are you a good man? He said, no. Come on, everybody go to hell. And everybody will be going to hell. No. We want a system like Germany, like Portugal, where you don't dare with your nonsense that you are doing in Nigeria. Bam, you enter, fly, enter, bam. So naturally, you check, no I say walk there. Genuine walk now you go do. You say, oh boy, how can you say Now, so if you go strike, where will you strike? Which bank? Everywhere, camera everywhere. The whole system is digitalized. So how can you operate? In Aganozo, everything, you are being monitored. Anything before even you do anything, police, once they call the press number, police will come under 2 minutes. AK thought there. So no person receives bribe. Who are you? Who are you going to bribe? How much do you have? The police can feed you, feed your family at home, even feed your village, one police person. So how much do you have you are going to give him? They look at you as a very low person, low life, poor person from Africa. So what are you? You don't have one. So the system will change you. Boom. You just go no. You key in into the system. Now you go and look for work. Even if it is a guard, you get your job every week. Your paycheck enters. You receive your money. When you check the equivalent in naira, small money on a million, so yes, what are you doing with the robbery again? Now. Anything you want, as long as you key into the system, anything you want, before you want a car, you go and sign and get the car of your choice and be driving and be paying. They'll be removing the money from your paycheck. Then what are you talking? That is the system. That is what we are clamoring. Not somebody that will come and be a nice person. We want to vote for a nice person. No. We want a nice system that covers everything. Covers everybody, including public servants. So that even, do you think that the European public servants, do you think that they don't want to loot money? No, tell me now. Do you think that as Macron is president of France, do you think he don't want to loot money like Nigerian politicians? He wants it. He wants it, but he cannot do it because of the system. I've told you the other time, I read the news where one of his cabinet members, Emmanuel Macron of France, one of his cabinet members went on, he did his birthday party or the birthday party of his daughter or his wife, I've forgotten. And in there, they serve a nice fresh crayfish. With wine, not that one small costly, maybe wine of 300 euro, one bottle. Chai! One person leaked, video it and leak it to the public. That thing, only that nearly cost Macron. Macron has to take, if the man resigned immediately and with apology and investigated on. Why will you join? People are talking. So you can me that is paying you, we the public that are paying you. How many of us can afford lobster that you serve in your anniversary? One crayfish. In serve in your anniversary. On I wanna go on that. That is how it is. That is a system, for goodness sake. It is not about one person that will come. If he builds one roundabout, hey, this one is doing something. Oh, now, mother. No, a country does not need a good person. A country needs good system. A system that works. So that that system will transform anybody that enters into public service to you force the person to be good or you sweep you away. The former prime minister of South Korea is a woman. Do you know why he was forced to resign? And even he went to jail. I think he's out now. She's out. Do you know what the cause? Do you know only? Do you know the reason? She was gisting with her old classmates. He invited, and somebody, just your classmates, no matter that you're a president or prime minister, he came, visited her, they were chatting, gisting, and she discussed state matter, state issue with her classmates that has no function, that has nothing to do with the state function. Now, wow, see how hectic. Nah, Korea people, they very strong. Nah, see, now wow, easy. Even the other day, I wanted to make send the budget to be approved. They attack me. All those small things you discuss with them, they overheard it. People inside the prime ministers, they overheard it. They video, they say, hey, they leaked it to the public. The public say, what? So they don't carry our issue. Now they do friendship. That is the system. Before you know, they started calling for her head. Protest everywhere. She was forced to resign. And after that, she was even arrested and jailed. That is the system. If you want to go overboard, if you want to deviate, the system will correct you or will wipe you away. That is it. But Nigerians don't know that. Do they? No, they are always looking for, no, God will bring a good person. They always believe in God. He will bring. No, let's pray. God will bring them. God will do them now. He will bring. Don't you see it is working? If you continue voting in Imo, because of them was imposed, he slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people in Imo. They said, don't worry, God is in control. Maybe vote. Go and take your, this man, a bad man. Don't worry. Go and, everybody go register. Take your PVC. Maybe next governorship election, the person, maybe God go touch his heart. This is the mentality of, how Stone Age, Stone Age Europe. Let me put it like that. Mentality of 1,000 years ago in Europe. When they said, now God go do hey, this year something now God make we pray now. Maybe God, as we dey cry, God go see our tears and put somebody, good person inside power. And that person go, maybe he go change something now. What thing we fit make? Nothing. And what I proname now God. Statements, mantras of defeated, gullible, ignorant people. That is what you hear in Nigeria. And it's disgusting. They don't know that they are the gods. They don't know that they are the king makers. They don't know that they are the ones to fight for a good system. They don't know. No, they don't know. God will do it for them. That's why religion is going market in Nigeria. God will do it for them. Let me continue reading, please. Let me continue reading. Leaders from the, Dr. Hakim, who led a delegation under the aegis of a newly created group called the Northern Reconciliation Group. You know they had them. You know the caliphate. Not that I love, I admire them. They creating a group. They had. Do you remember what happened one time some years back? And before you know, they created a group, Northern Farmers and Headers, cattle headers and farmers group. And before you know it, they created a group calling themselves tomatoes. When they banned, they said they are no longer going to bring the tomatoes to the south, to east. They imposed. They call themselves farmers, tomato farmers and the cattle headers association of the north. So this one, a Northern Reconciliation Group. That is what they have formed. Now. All this to deceive Donald Trump, to make sure that, oh, they are doing something. I trust the caliphate. I trust them. They sabi. When it comes to politics, they are top notch. They are not like you. They are not like us. That when I mean us, not IPOB, please. I mean Igbo people. That they don't see nothing. As long as he never reach their domot personally, they exist. That thing, that problem, they exist now. They exist. As long as his others are suffering it, they don't care until he reaches them. As another market was burned down the other day. Is it yesterday or the day before yesterday in Lagos? Others will say, no, you don't touch me. No, nothing. Tell them, let us, let us try to find a collective solution to this thing. Now, I beg. I mean, now, where we there? Now, we sabi now. No, sabi how to treat with these Yoruba people. I mean, I don't tell her. We don't tell her. We decide, no problem with them. So you see, our people always try to, in everywhere, they try to cow down, to lick us. So that, something that happened to their brother, the other side, will not happen to them. But by and large, it will happen to them later. And they start shouting. Others will not take correction. They will sing on them. No. These other people, they know sabi. It's a disease. Now let me continue reading, please. Dr. Hakim, who led a delegation under the aegis of a newly created group called the Northern Reconciliation Group to the offices of the two religious bodies on Tuesday, said it was time for both Muslims and Christians to come together to live in peace and harmony, especially Northerners. Now, let me ask you, what of the victims? Have they agreed that they were killing Christians? Have they agreed that, they murdered the Christians in their thousands? The answer is no. Say, forget that one is not a question. Let us reconciliation. Reconciliation. Hell. You see, these people, they hold Nigeria, and say, Nigeria, they hold them, they hold them well. And do you know what? What will happen? All these so-called CAN representatives in the 19 states of governors, 19 states of Nigeria, they will come out and say, yes, we have reconciled, everything. There's one thing I saw. There's one thing I'm observing with the Northern Christians. They call not even going down to the middle belt. Whenever you bring about balkanization or separation of Nigeria as the solution, they become uncomfortable. Are you getting what I'm saying? I don't know whether I've been scrolling on social media, listening to their commentators, the pastors, the Northern Christians that are suffering this. I've been listening. Yes, most of them, they agree there is Christian genocide. They have been crying, but the solution they are profiling is worrisome. Maybe if the line opens, you can also put your own view. But I'm saying what I have observed is worrisome. In everything you see, they want to always save Nigeria because they don't want Nigeria to be balkanized. They always take Biafrans. Once they wake up and see that Igbos, we are still in Nigeria, they are happy, even if they are suffering, so that we always continue being in that suffering with them. They are happy. The heart of black man is evil. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is my personal observation. I'm saying it on air. They always cry, they talk, they are being killed. Yes, we are being killed, the Christians, yes. But we need to save Nigeria. We need to unify. You see this useless, hypocritical, so-called visit for reconciliation. Now, Just check our in no distant time. The northern Christians will be loud in it. No, 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 we are reconciled now. No, 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 we are everything. No, 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 no. They're thinking either ignorantly that this is the solution or mischievously. Because they see that we Biafrans, we are their shock absorber. Let me tell you, many of the people that are being murdered, many Christians that are being murdered, when you look at them, you see even Igbo people are there. Biafrans in general are there. In the north, the pastors. Sometimes you use your, check by yourself. You see it. You pastor this, but if I like this clip I was playing, if I continue, you mention a pastor being killed or two Igbo people, one from another person, another Biafra from Ekote. But you don't see it like that. That it is Biafrans are also suffering in the north. Ordinary Igbo people, marketers, traders being killed, they don't count them now. They don't count them because our people know how to endure. They know how to endure trauma. They know how to endure pain. They know. I think during the killing of Deborah Samuel, they killed one Igbo man that was offloading his container. The crowd killed him and they covered it. Before you know, they will go and give the Ezendibu in Katangura there, maybe with cover it. They will go and meet him. Say, no, don't let this thing. We have been living in peace. Even the Ezendibu there will be very happy that even they remember to visit me. You will feel proud on top. Then the caliphate, they know how to deal with our people. They know how to deal. Don't you see? Go and listen again. Kunle and Alhaji Bog the interview. I think is the second part. Where Alhaji was telling Kunle, say, we know Igbo people live them, they are businessmen. He said, had it been Buhari, for Buhari government, had it been, he said his problem, he openly hate Igbo. He gave him an example. He said, don't you see Babangida? Has Babangida, fallen into any animosity with anybody? The answer is no. Because he embraced Igbo. He know how to deal with issues. He said, had it been Buhari, go and make two Igbo powerful. Give them his number. Make them friends. Hey! He said, Igbo man, now look at the Igbo man. He will tell you, he will come and boast on his people saying, I can call the president. No. I get his phone number now. So don't mess with me. He said they will use him to control his people. That is what they are doing. Don't you see a makeover? Don't you see the other one? Don't you see them? Don't you see how they behave? They have a numbers of presidents. So they can do anyhow with the people. They don't care. That is how they understand the Igbo man. Are you getting it? So when for example, as they killed maybe Igbo people, then we go to the Eze, the so-called self-made Igbo now Zungeru. They'll meet him and tell him now, yes, your people have been killed, but look, we don't want the problem to escalate. Leave it like that. Those that have died. We are friends. So we gotta move on. You have to, we allow you here to live in peace. Look at good mansion you build here. You are living in peace, aren't you? He say, yes, I am. He say, okay, so keep quiet. Go and tell your people, let them keep quiet. No cry, no shouting, no writing in the social media that this and that happened. He will call now. He will call meeting. Then he will call meeting and say, hey, I don't want anybody. What happened? We will give them a befitting burial. Onye ọ na-abịa na ihe mere na-emego ọ nọ mana ebe anyị bi ọ na-amarago ebe anyị nọ na their mentality. So let us not bring up another fire and brimstone upon us. Leave those that have died. Don't talk about it any longer. We're gonna move on. So with this, I'm putting on 5 million naira for their befitting burial. Hey, Akako. Hey, SND. life from the boom. We need to update. We need to upgrade. I'm telling you, we need to upgrade from a cultural forest antiquity life to what is obtainable now. And that is what IPOB is doing to make us upgrade mentally. That is it. Are you getting what I'm saying? So let me continue reading a bit. Let me continue. Now, in his remarks, the 19 northern states CAN chairman, or the 19 northern states CAN chairman, Reverend Joseph John Hayab, said, "We will tell the world that although there has been fighting and misunderstanding in northern Nigeria, a new voice is rising to say enough is enough, and we will resolve it." Didn't I tell you? No, didn't I tell you this? I didn't read the body. I only read the caption before coming on air. I'm telling you, this is exactly very idiotic people. Enough is enough. Okay, who will take charge of the people that have died, the people that have been murdered? Do you see how the caliphate behaves? That is their politics. These people are cheap, and the so-called northern Christians, they want us to fall into their cheap, very cheap way, so that to be peace, there will be peace. Peace in our, to our detriment. No, we don't want that peace. We don't want that peace. To them, you see, to the northern Christians, they need to do the needful. I am telling you. You know, I was telling us about the story of India. India was one country amalgamated, joined together, cut and joined by Britain. But when they were clamoring for independence, they thought critically. A question rose. This India we are fighting to restore, to be independent, who is an Indian? That question changed everything. And that is a question that Nigerians never ask. Who is a Nigerian? They never ask. Look at ordinary, I mean, what is the name of the new, Northern Reconciliation Group? They created maybe yesterday in a headed paper, they read it. Now, the Christian CAN chairman have said that, okay, enough is enough. We have a new voice now. So we will tell the world that although there has been fighting and misunderstanding in northern Nigeria, a new voice is rising to say enough is enough, and we will resolve it. So no need for Trump to do anything. That is what it means. Do you see how they work? No. We are going to now resolve it and to keep Nigeria moving. They don't discuss what about issue of Sharia. Have you ever seen Christianity thrive under Sharia? The answer is no. It's never done. It is never done. What about Maitasini? Right from, let me just play this a bit, so that from a victim's mouth, please.
In Kaduna, quote me, my name is Reverend Hayab. I'm speaking as the pastor who also did the mass burial of the over 300 people of the Miss World Beauty pageant on the 23rd of November 2002.
Who will be held accountable for these people in their so-called reconciliation? Continue listening.
I'm also the pastor who came out publicly to denounce the Danish cartoon in 2006, but it later leads to the death of Christians in Maiduguri and death of Christians in Bauchi. So,
who will be held accountable for these deaths in their so-called reconciliation? You know, these are pertinent questions.
I've been around and I think I know this story. Listening, we are coining it into the politics of America as if we are not in Nigeria. And someone is saying that activity was used, sincerely speaking. there has been killings of Christians in northern Nigeria before even the advent of Boko Haram.
Before the advent of Boko Haram. And these people, they are talking Northern Reconciliation Group, and lauded by Christian Association of Nigeria, Northern Side, Northern Chairman. We are said we are resolving our issue. There have been little misunderstanding, but there is a voice coming out to say enough is enough. These are the people like Kuka. These are the Muktabarets, the representatives of the Caliphate, but they are wearing Christian robes.
I was in Kanu. I just left Kanu with 1 week, and the killing of the visit of Reabonke happened. People were caught. You know, it's a different thing that you are shot to death. It's something else that you are caught to pieces, caught by the DEC, caught hard to death.
Who will be held accountable for this? The so-called, Northern Reconciliation Group that are meeting the Christian Association of Nigeria in the 19 northern countries. The 19 northern states. Who will be held accountable? No, nobody. We gotta move forward in order to save Nigeria. To hell with that Nigeria. What they want to do, they want to play things, play game. So that after, these are setups, Before even all these meetings, they have received the calls from Daniel Bowala, said, no, you have to play game. To the Christian Association of Nigeria. Remember, we are going to save Nigeria. These people want us to continue being in the same mess with them, under one Nigeria. And we say no. We say no. In the India, in 1947, or even prior to 2 years before 1947, there was a civil, can I call it civil war, confusion? This is what happened. Because there are two major forces, two major core ideology that cannot see face to face with each other. In the then India, they are British amalgamated India, and they were looking for independence. They said, no, we cannot get independence and be killing ourselves, otherwise we will have no progress. There is the force of Hindu, there is the force of Islam. So they say, no, we need to separate. We need to separate in order to face our problems so that we don't kill each other after independence. Now, do you know what happened? People that were, Hindus that were living in Muslim majority parts, where you call Pakistan today, they have to leave their father's land. Now, the nation building is not a joke. There must be a sacrifice. They have to migrate. They have to leave their father's land. They have to leave their father's land where their umbilical cords were buried. They have to migrate down to the Hindu side to join their brother where they have the same ideology with. And those Indians that were living, the Muslims that were living in Hindu majority area of India at that time, they have to leave. It was their land, their ancestral land, but they have to, because they are not, if they stay there, they are not going to be safe. They have to leave and move down to the Pakistan. And they were given places to live, so they settled. Are you getting it? Now they declare, all those things. If you are talking it seems easy, an easy task. Blood flowed. That is one thing an average Igbo man don't want to hear. Now, if the thing will bring problem, I beg, make we no do am. I beg. But you are inside problem all the time. You are being murdered. You are being killed every day. So that movement, according to historical facts, historical statistics, it said before 1947 India, Only that commotion cost the life of more than 2 million people in India. More than. And there were movements of more than 20 million people that moved up and down. And that is why in 1947 they declared independence as 2 states. To the surprise and wrath of Britain, because they wanted to mix up everywhere. The same thing. That is why they charged Frederick Lugard that what happened in Britain. Now what they don't want to lose Nigeria like they lost India. So he must make sure to grip the messy amalgamate called Nigeria. And that is why they negotiated with Sadwana of Sokoto anyhow, so that he must join Nigeria. Nigeria will be one. And since that day, the mantra has been the unity of Nigeria. One Nigeria. Nigeria must be one. These are things they put. There is, you see this word being spoken. There is power. Every time you hear one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, unity of Nigeria, unity of Nigeria. That is what has been spoken since independence, 1960 today. They are fighting for one Nigeria. Since that time, since more than 60 years till today. And you never get it. And you will not get it. You see that until we go the way of India. So, when they say Northern Reconciliation Group, who will take responsibility of hundreds of thousands of Christians that were murdered, if not millions, since independence, since even before independence till today. They don't talk about them because they are not human beings. That is how cheap the so-called Christian Association of Nigeria is. Very cheap. They don't represent their people or Christians at all.
I saw these cops. I had to run back. My pastor asked me, why did you come back? I said, no, I just left for Kaduna 1 week, and then I heard what happened to my people in places in Kanu. I just came back. So it is something that has...
Sorry, sir, if I'm interrupting. What year are we talking about?
I'm taking you back.
Okay.
To tell you that I was available when the Bonke crisis happened in Kanu. I was also there, not only there, but buried the mass people that were buried in 2000. I also buried the mass people that were buried in 2002. Then fast forward to 2006, I said I was the pastor who first came out to condemn the Danish cartoon because I knew what was going to follow. But despite that effort, Christians were killed in Maiduguri, Christians were killed in Bauchi for an offense they had no problem about. They knew nothing about. If I just move backward, what happened in 2002, many Christians in northern Nigeria, including Kaduna, don't even know the lady who wrote the article. But they ended up having their churches burned. They ended up having their pastors killed. They ended up having precisely the Sunday before that.
Now, this so-called Northern Reconciliation Group, are they going to take responsibility? I mean, those Muslims that are visiting the Christian Association of Nigeria. Before you reconcile, you have to dig into the problem and blame who to blame. No, they don't blame. The so-called Christian Khan chairman of the northern state, they have lauded it. That, enough is enough, so we can resolve things by ourselves. That is how the caliphate works. Their manipulation is top-notch. What you are seeing, their manipulation goes with huge sum of money. Their manipulations go with political posts and promises. They don't go empty-handed. Are you getting it? That is how things are done. That is why when we are here, IPOB, we continue shouting, support what we are doing financially. Because what we are doing needs money. Restoring a nation needs finance. Huge one. It's not small one, please. There are things you have to, there are people you need to buy even. Lobbying takes a lot of money. When you hear what is happening, people don't know. When they tell you about, oh, it's IPOB that escalated it, you think it's only going on social media talk. No, no, no. It took money. Many people don't know. IPOB spent some money. That is it. So, but you don't know. When it comes to fighting this type of war battle, we need money. And when they get ego, and when they get send the mission with ego, everything is involved. That is why the caliphate is on top. Because you now, when we are talking about IPO, you say, if Mazi Nnamdi is jailed, nah, this thing, nah, beg. I beg me, I know they contribute until Mazi Nnamdi comes out. Now me, I know to give. Waiting, if I give, how will they do account for me? How? So IPOB will be telling you secret things that they are using the money for. Instead, keep your money, because there are many things that are involved in freedom fighting. It is not only talking on air. It is not only writing on social media. No. And they go is money. There are things. Secret service. Branch you are talking. Do you think it's on the mouth? Man, they send wine agent. They send all your mission. IPOB and then go. You talk so seduce your mother. You go there inside. Money I will go me the cham po no seduce so will the video blackmail on ya land on a freedom fighter. But I say, come on. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu one day he just cut all the broadcasting now with US and Nnamdi natural no kabia. I made explain so that our enemies are not here. They don't know that what we are doing in this money. You don't know that. When you hear M branch, do you think it's only in the mouth? Do you think that do you think it's just going like that? Him in freedom fighting, and even a good information. Don't you know that? With blackmail. Why cha? Video blackmail. Condition all the people to do something we want. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? All those things needs money. That is it. So what am I trying to say? This so-called reconciliation, Northern Reconciliation Group. What about these people that have been cut short, hacked to death? What about the Almajiri system? Have they all of a sudden they no longer call others infidel? Very, very sad, honestly. Let me just read this thing a bit. I think the other clip I wanted to play, I will not play it. I will play it another day because it will be a separate program on itself. Okay, let me read it again. Okay, where did I stop? He explained that the group included, Dr. Hakim, who led a delegation under the aegis of a newly created group called Northern Reconciliation Group, NRG, to the offices of the two religious bodies on Tuesday, said it was time for both Muslims and Christians to come together to live in peace and harmony, especially Northerners. He explained that the group included Christians and Muslims who were Northerners and shared the same belief that God created them as one people, despite their differences. Dr. Hakim said they decided to come together to promote peace, unity, and reconciliation in the region because the region has already paid the price due to several crises witnessed in the region for decades. In his remarks, the 19 Northern States Kan chairman, Reverend Joseph John Hayab, said, We will tell the world that although there has been fighting and misunderstanding in northern Nigeria, a new voice is rising to say enough is enough. And we will resolve it, he said. Similarly, Professor Khalid Abubakar Aliyu, Secretary General of JNI, said when people came together to solve problems, the support of Allah will come and things will work fine. Let us show those out there that we are strong and we are ready and we can make it. And you have our support. They are on there, honestly. They are on there, the indigenous people, I tell you, when Ottoman Danfodio was able to individually tear the Hausa kingdom down with mouth, an orator, in form of a preacher, Quranic preacher, he divided the Hausa land. Half followed him and they fought war. They turned against their king, saying he's not a good Muslim, he's not good enough. So for Ottoman Danfodio, a good Muslim is the one that those that bow down to him and he commands them, because he was Ottoman Danfodio was answering the commander, I think the commander of the believers. That is it. So if you are a Muslim but against what he's teaching, you go down. So once Ottoman Danfodio was able to destroy the Hausa kingdom and established Sokoto Caliphate, he now proclaimed that, look, these people, they are very gullible. He called his Hausa brothers to come from Futajelon. He called his Hausa brothers to come from, Futatoro. He called them to come from Masina in present-day Mali. That Allah has given them a place. That is why they turned that place, called it Sokoto Caliphate, the capital. That God that these people are stupid, that they will take it, and they took over there, and they have been fighting in order to expand. They have been expanding downwards until Britain came and created Nigeria, and even helped them, gave power to them, to the caliphate, in order to be doing what they are doing till today. As long as Britain is looting our crude oil, gas, all the mineral resources, they don't care, because that is how they behave. So the Sokoto Caliphate manipulation is real. It is real, and it should be dismantled. Are you getting what I'm saying? Today they are manipulating the Christian Association of Nigeria in 19 northern states. Kuka is there to do the needful for them. All of them, they are there, and they want us Biafrans to be with them, so that we'll be suffering what they are suffering. Because for them, if we go, they are gone. They will use them do suya. But that is not the case. If Biafra is restored, if those Christians in the north that want to come to join Biafra, they will be welcome and resettled. I'm telling you. Now, those others that choose to remain, Biafra will play international politics to protect them. We be that time Biafra will be a nation. Biafra will never leave even our neighbors that are Christians, that are non-Fulani, that are suffering under, because we know them. We know the caliphate. We are seeing what we are suffering. Now, Biafra will use her power as a country in order to weigh in, to draw international, interest on them. That is what they don't understand. The restoration of Biafra will be the saving. The saving grace. The restoration of Biafra will be the saving grace of even the northern Christians. But myopically, they are looking at it as, nah, if Biafra go, nah, yeah, we are with these people. Oh. They are our brothers, our sisters, but they see us as pigs, so they will slaughter all of us. No, no. By that time, we will have power as a country, and we will weigh in. We will draw the attention of the international community, and that time you enjoy more freedom and protection, even in the north, as a Christian, as a non-Fulani, as indigenous people. So we must say it as it is. That is it, because I've been observing the way these people, the northern Christians, are talking. If you mention, they don't want to hear about disintegration of Nigeria. They don't want to use ear to hear. They don't want to hear it. All of it, they want to save Nigeria. They want to save Nigeria, which means they are afraid of Biafra leaving them. I am telling you. But little did they know that the more the Biafra leaves, the better for everybody. It's just like our deceived brothers, Igbo brothers that have properties in Lagos, in North. They so fear factor in them that, oh, if you get out, if Biafra goes, your property, you will lose your property. It's lie from the pit of hell. Your property will be better protected. Imagine the fire that got burnt in Lagos. Igbo people's properties burned down. No person is getting a farthing as compensation. Nothing. No fire service. Nothing. How many Igbo markets have been burnt in Cameroon? No, tell me. Let me tell you, as an Igbo man, your house, your landed property in Benin Republic is more guaranteed than that of in the north. Do you hear me? Because you are not a national, you are a foreigner. So if they target you as an Igbo person or as a Nigerian, there will be international outcry. Do you see that? So if Biafra comes, for example, those are the properties in Abuja, in Kanu, in Kaduna, in different parts of the north and in southwest. Just as long as you have the papers, they cannot ever touch it. Never. Now they will become more afraid, because there will be a commission, there will be a ministry in charge of it in Biafra land, in the Biafra nation. You don't dare touch a Biafra man's property. Don't you see what happened in Australian Beach? The killing, the anti-Semitic killing of people in Australia during the Jewish is it Hancock one festival, one Hanover Bay Hancock festival they are doing in the beach. Didn't you see the president of Israel in faraway Israel gave a warning? He reacted, and the pressure he will put as a country will facilitate the protection of Jews everywhere around the world. Don't you see that? Don't you see that? For people that are telling you that, oh, once you go your Biafra, which means you abandon your house in Abuja, which means we will take over your house in Castina. It's a lie from the pit of hell. They are sowing this into you as a fear factor. It's a lie. It's a lie. If Biafra is restored, is that time you will be as safe as anything. I am telling you. So this is exactly the same which the non-Fulani Muslims or non-Fulani, the indigenous people in the north. All this their fear, they always use it. The caliphate, they know how to manipulate your fear. They turn it against you so that they continue subjugating you. Now, don't allow Biafra. If they talk about Biafra, don't go with them. Don't ever talk in favor of them. We are not Anas. But tomorrow they will kill you. And next tomorrow they will say, okay, let us have reconciliation. Who is held accountable for those deaths? Thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of deaths of Christians and non-Fulani. Who? In the north, mostly. In the middle belt, even in the south. Who? Who is responsible? Who will be held accountable? Yeah, reconciliation is nonsense. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will now open the lines so that people can start calling in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back, please. I'll be right back.
As the representative of CAN, I'm going to put the same question to you. When you hear the term or the allegation of Christian genocide from the United States, President Trump, Ted Cruz, etc., etc., what were your thoughts? And indeed, do you agree with them?
Because you are running out of time, I will save you and just go to the basic. One, I've listened to the other speakers. I've listened to the arguments they bring. I am not speaking from research or whatever. I'm speaking as a victim. I'm speaking as the pastor who buried the almost 2,000 people in 2000 in Kaduna. Quote me, my name is Reverend Hayam. I'm speaking as the pastor who also did the mass burial of the over 300 people of the Miss World Beauty pageant on the 23rd of November 2002. I'm also the pastor who came out publicly to denounce the Danish cartoon in 2006, but it later leads to the death of Christians in Maiduguri and death of Christians in Bauchi. So I have been around and I think I know this story. Listening, we are coining it into the politics of America as if we are not in Nigeria. And someone is saying that athletic was used. Sincerely speaking, there has been killings of Christians in northern Nigeria before even the advent of Boko Haram. I was in Kanu. I just left Kanu with 1 week, and the killing of the visit of Reabonke happened. People were caught. It's a different thing that you are shot to death. It's something else that you are cut to pieces, caught by the DEC, caught hard to death. I saw these cops. I had to run back. My pastor asked me, why did you come back? I said, no, I just left for Kaduna 1 week, and then I heard what happened to my people in places in Kanu. I just came back. So it is something that has...
Sorry, sir, if I may interrupt you. What year are we talking about?
I'm taking you back.
Okay.
To tell you that I was available when the Bonke crisis happened in Kanu. I was also there, not only there, but buried the mass people that were buried in 2000. I also buried the mass people that were buried in 2002. Then fast forward to 2006, I said I was the pastor who first came out to condemn the Danish cartoon because I knew what was going to follow. But despite that effort, Christians were killed in Maiduguri, Christians were killed in Bauchi for an offense they had no problem about. They knew nothing about. If I just move backward, what happened in 2002, many Christians in northern Nigeria, including Kaduna, don't even know the lady who wrote the article. But they ended up having their churches burned. They ended up having their pastors killed. They ended up having, precisely the Sunday before that violence, I had a guest preacher in my church, Reverend Nee preached in my church at Rahama English Baptist Church. You can Google it. I remember when you could Google that. And just a day after that, that man was burnt. His corpse was like that of a small baby. So when you put together all this, in Maiduguri in 2009, when Boko Haram started, they were never attacking Muslims. They actually went for the church because they said, we are infidel. One among the early pastors that was killed was Pastor Oji. Pastor Oji was killed. When he saw he was going to die, he simply said, go and tell my brothers I die well. Pastor Osonibon was also Sylvester Osonibon, because I traveled with the corpse to Ekot Ipene, and then Pastor Yakubu Bitrus, whose brother was then the medical director of the General Hospital in Maiduguri. So I got involved in these things more than the here story. The Christian North have suffered killing. The Christian North have suffered so much in this thing that today culminates into genocide, as it has been called. So for anybody to say it does not exist and is bringing story of Boko Haram or recent happenings of bandits may not understand, because I followed the conversation. Nobody is saying that the Christian North was just killed in 2002 or they were just killed in 2019. There has been a history. There has been certain pattern. There has been certain development. But let me come back to the last 6 years. I am this same pastor who came out severally on this medium and other medium to cry when I was bearing 30, 20, 40, and many other numbers. And why were those people killed? The story they always want to tell us that no, it is a farmer's herders. I'm above 56. I know the difference between a farmer's and herders conflict. And I know the difference between someone coming to exterminate or eliminate a certain group of people. Because farmers, as we knew, simply had little misunderstanding with herders, and the herders will come either to the police station or to the traditional ruler or community leader, and such issue will be discussed, and they will now ask for reconciliation and possibly ask for little payment of damages. But we have a situation where innocent women are sleeping in their sleep with their children, with their husband, and people will come to their community, chant religious slogans, set their houses ablaze, shoot them and cut off their necks, and do not stop there, also burn their religious places. And you still want me to say, no, it's just a communal clash, because that's the kind of farmers had that clashes. And that's why today we are hiding under those things to argue about that. I looked at the issue of statistics and I just wonder, if you sit there, just Google, you will see in the Wikipedia, the number of churches that document is giving you that the churches in Nigeria are just 16,000 something. And you and I know that is not true. I am a pastor of the Baptist Church. The Nigerian Baptist Convention, just Nigerian Baptist Convention, we have over 11,200 registered churches. We never bring Redeem into it. You never bring Anglican into it. No Catholic into it. No Methodist into it. No Living Faith into it. So some documents and figures that we have been seeing are quite interesting, but just tell us that there is even to us a conspiracy of silence or a conspiracy of twisting a situation. I see what is happening and as an opportunity for us to stop the killing of our fellow citizens just because of their identity.
You know the place of Jos as the capital of Plateau State, even in Christendom here. You know that Benue State too is Christian dominated. Why do terrorists target Christians in that place? Why do they allow, what happened to all those people in IDP camps who occupied their natural habitat, the place God the Almighty gave them to live? Why can't they return? Who are the people occupying those places?
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra Land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of December 2025. That's about Bachafo. Remember, we are talking about the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations, and they are doing it on this Christian genocide that is ongoing in Nigeria. You see all this, what they talk about on this clip I played, who has been held accountable. Remember, this man mentioned two pastors that he mentioned. One is Pastor Oji. Pastor Oji is an Igbo man. He's an Igbo man, but it's being recorded as in Northern. Pastor Obong, he talked about it. He said he even followed to carry the corpse down to Ikotekbene. He's an Igbo man. So if you don't mention them, you will not know. Our people are being murdered also in the north as Christians, for your information. So these people that come out and say, no, a reconciliation. Okay, now we have, let's forget about the past and enough is enough. Or a group has come out. The caliphate is a manipulator. They know how to manipulate. They will use their people, the people they put in order to, the people that they set up yesterday, because they know that a time like this will come. They will activate them. Don't you see? Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia is a complete example. He's an example of the Sokoto Caliphate representatives in Christian robes. They will come and tell you that no, we will resolve our issue. Our lines are now open, please. Our WhatsApp and signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat once again, our WhatsApp and signal line remains +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view on the issue that is treated. If because we must continue preaching this gospel without being tired, without being fatigued. Please, this is it. So I have a caller already on WhatsApp. Call on WhatsApp. You are the first caller. If you are hearing me, please give us your name and where you're calling from, if you may, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Yes, the whole world is hearing you. Welcome to the program.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazi. My name is Okeke Chigozim. I'm calling from Italy. Mazi Jonathan, you see, this Sokoto Caliphate manipulation, it is rare, and our people are not able to get rid of it. More especially Igbo people living in outside the Igbo land, and those of them who don't pay attention for what IPOB is doing. Do you know there is this one popular lady they call Arimbe? Sometimes we always meet on TikTok. So I always tell that woman that look, Nigeria need to be balkanized so that indigenous people will go back to their land and take care of their security. But she will say no, we want Nigeria. Though there is a Fulani killings and so there's all this thing, but we want Nigeria to stay so that we can fight it together. I told her that there is no way these people will allow you to, as far as Nigeria is concerned, that Fulani is in charge. Until you break Nigeria, that's the way you break their wing. But she wouldn't accept. But we will be telling you no that the Fulani are killing them, that Fulani is bad, all this thing. That's that fear of unknown. From this.
Mazi, the woman is from where? Maybe from North or Middle Belt.
Yeah, I think it's a Middle Belt. Arimbe. We know that it's always even have.
That is the problem, Mazi. We need to tell them face to face, honestly, because may I call it also malicious mischief, because many of them, they don't want only them to suffer. They say, as long as we are in Nigeria with them suffering, at least it provides them with succor. That is the maliciousness there, the mischief there. You understand? So we need to tackle this. There is no way, there is no single way you can change the status quo in Nigeria. There is no way. They have only people in Castina. They are formed, they had them, they form group. They come out and say, they are now looking at it or pushing it that Donald Trump wants to attack Islam. Donald Trump wants to attack Islam. When they say, okay, if we want to be in Nigeria as a secular country, disband the Sharia. They know how to manipulate. They come to say, okay, Muslims, Trump is coming to attack Islam. And even he's talking to Muslims. Even the pig in the creek is a Muslim. Do you see their manipulation? So the only way is to leave them, to cut the whole thing. Balkanization is cut everything. People now manage their lives in their way. They Sharia, no be Sharia they want. They will eat Sharia, sleep Sharia, chop Sharia until they tire. When they see their neighboring countries developing, they know they tell man. Mazi, please go on.
That is it, man. It is terrible, you know. We continue to confront them, telling them, look, the only way to get rid of Fulani manipulation, Fulani hegemony is to break them, to cut Nigeria into pieces. If you want our protection, we will guide you to secure yourself, because as it stands today, Fulani have eaten deep into the Nigerian system. Their influence is everywhere. There's nothing they can do as far as Nigeria is concerned. You can only shout and try to vote some few people, and the next time they manipulate them. That's what we're telling them. But you know, as we continue talking because we cannot stop. I cannot stop much. Thank you very much. Let me allow us to speak. Thank
There were. Caller on signal. Please go on. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Jonas. Good evening, sir.
There we do the
And good evening, Biafrans. Mazi Celestina remains my name. I call from the 0 and Akwa Ibom State precisely. Professor Jonas, let me tell you something. You see, for a functional state to stand, it must be anchored on organic laws. And when you look at Nigeria and what they call constitution, you've seen that it is built in a way to protect British neo-colonial slavery and the continual institutionalization of Fulani hegemony. That is the reason why every average non-daddy Geos cannot muster the energy and the courage to speak about against the Christian genocide in Nigeria, which is being supervised by the Sokoto Caliphate. So that is that, and that is the reason you see somebody like Reverend Alia, the governor of Benue State, and the Bishop Kuka, disgracing themselves as a disgrace, total disgrace to the body of Catholic priesthood. So, Professor Jolas, the only way out, like you rightly said, is total vocalization, so that the indigenous population that make up these constructs, we go their respective ways where they are bonded by their core shared values, so that there will be mutual respect. But as long as we keep being subjected to where we are not going anywhere, because the Sokoto Caliphate cannot even allow the law they say they have to preside over the people. And that is the reason you see this man from the House of Rape that is raises his voice to talk about the padded tax law. He's not saying it's for the people. He's saying it because the law is totally against it, because the law doesn't pay taxes. You understand? If this tax law favor them, he will not say a word. Pastor Jonas, Professor Jonathan. He will not say a word. It's just because the law doesn't pay tax. But come to think of it, all these taxes by the Nigeria government, what do they use it to do? What have they utilized the money they source from the commonwealth of the people? Of what impact and the benefit? What is have they used that money to do that will impact on the cardinal policies that will affect the common people? Have this house self made any law that will protect even the small growing businesses? These horrible men and the indistinguished senators are just there to make laws to protect themselves and enrich themselves. That is even the worst funny part of it. You understand? So, whenever a northerner in the house rise up to speak, know that it is the interest of the Sokoto Caliphate that he is speaking to protect and not the people. But the worst of it all is when you now look at our people and you begin to imagine how is it that the people that is supposed to be lion are being reduced to ordinary cockroaches in the house. Our people that are in the position of authority behaves as though they are human indifference. They behave as though they are not elected like their counterparts from the north and the west. When a Funane man opens his mouth, an average Biafran politician would want to jump into fire. You understand? And you begin to ask yourself questions. Why is it that these people, why can't you rise up and stand your ground? Why can't you know that the overseas you travel and you see better life? Why can't you understand that people fight for it and pay sacrifices? Why can't you understand that there are sacrifices if you want to better a nation, if you want to build the election? Professor Jonas, there is no how Nigeria can grow to a sane society without balkanization, because the effect and influence of Sokoto Caliphate will never allow that to happen. Already Funanis have seen Nigeria, or as they said, that it is their God-given estate, and they must do everything they can to take Nigeria by force. You understand? So listening at this pastor, that was what that pastor was saying is data, pure data, and a functional system should look into it, and they know that these are not just fiction. So when you chronicle everything, you know that this is a template from the Sokoto Caliphate to destroy Nigerian indigenous population. God forbid that God has brought IPOB here, who understand what it means to pay sacrifice, and we are paying with ultimate price to make sure that we preserve our heritage and the remain of our people. And I wish that every other middle belters and the Yoruba indigenous people could understand it and they rise up. Because there is no how Funane can overrun all Nigerian indigenous population if they understand that this is the template and this is what is happening. So, but here we are, and we are still shouting and talking. Every damn thing these people are doing, peace or that, is to see if they can confuse President Trump, who has reason to save Nigerian Christians of the same faith. But I know that President Donald Trump will not yield to that, because America is not like Nigerians, who are very, very primitive in listening. Their emissaries have come on finding mission, and they have been able to see for themselves. So I am still urging President Trump to try and make sure that he come to the aid of Nigerian Christians and the other indigenous religious worshippers. So, Professor Jonas, we must have to continue to do what we are doing, because that is the only way to awaken the conscience of humanity to preserve the indigenous population that were wrapped into this British construct called Nigeria. Thank you, Professor Jonas. Let me just leave it there for others to come in and make.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Thank you for holding on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening from here.
There, Mazi.
This is Mazi Onyemuche calling from Iguacha. Mazi Jonathan, I have a lot to say, but I will start from the lawmaker. The day I saw that news from the lawmaker directly from the house, I was wondering. I said, does it mean Nigerians don't know what is happening? Or they don't understand what this man is doing, what this man is saying in the floor? I wonder if Nigerians, they do listen to, as in their lawmakers, who have all the representatives from different geopolitical zones, representing their people. Even in Biafra land here, we have representatives. Does it mean they don't know, or they are novice, or they don't understand what that means to their people? They play mute on such news. I was mad. So I don't know. You see the manipulation of the caliphate using our people to 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 squeeze us where we are today, and there's nothing we can do because right now everybody is in a state of hunger. We are saying if we come to down here in Biafra land, see what is happening. A lot is happening now. We here, mostly in Igbocha here, if we tell you what is happening here, you won't believe it. Most of the time there are some I will say it, I will publish it, but people don't, even in the social media, they are just there talking rubbish, talking how the celebrity do this and leave the main thing they're supposed to do. So I don't know how we are going to come out with this, but the issue of Benue, our people in Benue, they are already they are trapped down. They know they are trapped down and they cannot do it alone. And they want everybody to go down with them. Like I have one close to me. Every day we keep quarreling. And I keep asking him, what is the solution? How do we come out of this mess? Or do people want all of us to die in one Nigeria? Or what do you want us? How do we come out of this? He will say, this, we have representatives. Let's go back to our representatives. And I told him, representatives, are they working? How many do you have in the house? You don't know the majority vote. He said, let there be more creation of a state. Let there be I said, no. The issue of this, how we are going to come out of this is total balkanization, total disintegration of Nigeria. That's the only solution. Without that, all of us will continue to wallow in this mess until the kingdom come. So the earlier we push forward for balkanization, earlier the better. Everybody should join hands. People should think about that, whichever way we are going to do it. But I think we have tried enough. We have sacrificed enough. It is the right time. Whatever the caliphate wants, we'll give it to them. Thank you very much.
There, Mazi. Thank you. Honestly, that is what I see that these people, the middle birth, even Christians and non-Fulani that are suffering all these things, that is what I see in their mentality. Let us, all of us, go down in one Nigeria. That are we leaving them to? No, that we not go leave them. But we must leave. Call signal. Mazi, Ifani, can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There we
Mazi. My name is Mazi Ifani, calling from this location. I thank our leadership, and also I thank you, Master Jonathan, for your good work. I thank you, Sense Security Network, for protecting Biafran land. If not, also Also, I thank our leader, Mazi Kanu. He will live and see Biafra. Mazi, let me say my own view based on your topic. Mazi, you see Nigeria. I never see a country like this country since when I was born. Mazi, pardon of budget pardon. This budget pardon is only in Nigeria that I had this budget pardon since when I was born. And then you see the Nigerian people, when they hear that kind of news, you will see all of them we go to their bed and sleep, knowing that it's affecting every one of us. But they will never shake body because Nigeria youth are very lazy. Now look at this one again. There's still padding of taxes, something.
Mazi, this is not Mazi. Let me put it in a clearer view, please. You know, in Nigeria, they give name like what you call budget pardon. That is I mean, a phrase they use to qualify the evil. When it comes to budget, that thing they call budget pardon is, you know, fortification of numbers in the budget. Now they call it budget pardon so that it will sound sexy. Many people will not even understand it. It's just like, for example, when they say cost of dish is 100 naira. Now the cost of the other one is 200 naira. The cost of the other one is another 100 naira. Now they will add it total 100 naira plus 200 naira plus 100 naira. That is how much? 400 naira, isn't it? Now, instead of writing 400 naira, they will write 4 million as the total. Do you see it? And after they say, budget pardon, you know, Nigerians will take it to budget pardon. They don't even know what it means. Many people don't know what it means. But in this case, it is a different thing altogether. The tax law, which they debated on, you know, they used to write it, you know. Now, after debating and putting it into a law, they will submit it to the executive. That is the president. Now, that one they submitted to the president, it is which they debated in the house. It is not that one. They have written another, other people have written another thing. The caliphate wrote another thing altogether different. And when they carry go, they say they hide the one, the real original one. Now they take the one they have written, which nobody knows anything about, and present it. The president will sign, and you don't know what it means. Nobody knows. When they look at it, they shout. Tomorrow, when they see, when they say about the tax bill, they will bring out that way, the one that is signed by the executive, and say, "Look at what you people did." And you know, it's just like writing. Let me put it clearer. You go and vote. They say, take your PVC. Now, in a voting station, one voting station, you have maybe 150 people. You know, in that 150 people, maybe 120 voted for, let's say, PDP, and 30 we vote for APC. Now, whereas they have written in that same polling station, they have another result already pre-written. which instead of the real figure of 150 voters that are expected to vote there, they will write it 1,500, which they give to all APC. APC has we have 1,420. Now PDP will have 80. I'm just giving you example. So it is all are falsification, so that people will understand it is fake, falsifying of things, and this is a very heinous crime. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi, that is what I'm trying to illustrate. Because Nigeria, in fact, this country, I never see. Upon all these things now that have been happening from National Assembly to the Zero Assembly, none of these Nigeria youth will shake body to make sure that they all react, even to react, so that the people will know that there is a people that these people are representing. They will not react. That's one thing about this country. Mazi, it marvels me sometimes. I don't know why this country still continue to be existing. But nevertheless, I know that we can never relent or surrender not to get our freedom. Mazi, you see, Sokoto Caliphate, you see how they are maliculating these Christian people at North, trying to deceive them to accept false information that everywhere is good, everything is good in that place. Why Christians are being killed every blessed day and night. Churches are being burned. Mazi, in fact, I don't know. Sometimes I tell my people that these so-called legismen, they are using them, politicians are using them to deceive you people. Because when politicians will be elected, they will go and make friends with those clergymen. Somebody like Bishop Kuka and the other one. All those people, they are receiving money from these politicians. And also, the Caliphate are paying them. And that is why they can never say the actual thing that happened at the North. I want to tell the world that the only solution that can make this killing of Christians to stop is to divide Nigeria. That's the only solution. Leaving Nigeria to continue as a one, they will continue killing Christians over there without nobody asking about them. And let the northern Christians, let them wake up. Let them wake up and also voice their voice. Let the world know that they are killing them. Because if they allow this bishop and the pastors and they can representing them to say their own or to present what is happening to them, they will not actually present what is happening to them. Then we turn it outside down in the way that it will suit a Sokoto Caliphate. But for us, we must leave this country too, because I never see country like this. So we must leave this country, whether good or bad. That's a good night from here.
There were Mazi. Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi.
There were Mazi, please go on.
Mazi, ekele ka mme na-enye unu. Mazi, concerning this news, although about the cohesion of northern elders concerning the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. I read this news this morning when I was going to Lagos this morning. But Mazi, honestly, I reached the stage of when the so-called chairman of says that enough is enough. They will show the world that they are embracing peace in the northern region. Mazi iwe agba m n'obi. I just quenched that news to be constricted for the journey, for the road of Nigeria, because Nigeria, also Nigerian road is no good. If you not die from accident, you die for you not fear for kidnapping, die from accident. So Mazi, what I see is that happen in the north is so-called politics. They are using all these men of God. This is what make me to reject, not that to reject Christianity since 2018. So Mazi, I've been asking myself this question today. After I read this news, I ask myself, where is the next forward to go? Because I reason it that these people, they want to quench the Christian genocide, or what Trump wanted to do to Nigeria to help the Christian for them to get their self in Nigeria, or to have freedom in Nigeria. That is, I ask myself, where is the next forward? Where is the solution? And my solution, the answer I give myself, that we as a Biafran, as that na mmadụ nọ ya na mmiri, ọ bụrụ na ọnọdụ ebe ọ nọ ya na mmiri, mmiri na-eri ụlọ, na-eri ma ofu onye nke ọzọ zọta onwe ya, chezọ onye nke ọzọ, ma ọ fụdat na onye ahụ achọghị ịzọpụta onwe, a ga-ahapụkwa ya. So my answer I give myself, that we must continue pushing this thing till when the necessary achievement come, that we Biafra, we must save ourselves before saving others. So here about the answer that I give myself. But in our side, ala Igbo, ịma that na otu anyị nọ, we don't have any politicians that representing us except IPOB. Dev Mai is speaking for his own pocket. I make an argument with one of my brother, Igbo man like me, last week thereabout, who concern what Dev Mai say. The question I give this man, if you want to know the real answer, go to the rural villages and interview people, whether Mandi Igbo or chọrọ Biafra, ma ọ bụla ya chọrọ. The Devil man is just speaking his only one man voice. Is not speaking to us. If you want to get what is happening in Igbo land, go to the rulers area. Those people that are representing their pocket, no one is representing us. Mazi General, I got this thing and push this thing. There's no going back. And I day by day, every day by day, I am praying to Chukwu Okike Abiam for the knowledge, for the encouragement and wisdom on a ndị radio presenters. Unu na-akụziri anyị a lot of things, and most of us, which is the student of radio, most of us did not, and we did not pass secondary school or talk less of university. But what we are learning in this radio, the argument that we are argue with those people that go school, they begin to ask themselves, how can we know all sorts of history and all sorts of things? Unu enye anyị a good education at this radio, but never be mind, Chukwu Okike Abiama, we bless every hands that's contributing in this struggle. And this Biafra, we must get it, because it's all of it is all of our life. and we must get Biafra. Chukwuokike will bless everybody. And our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he must get his freedom. And nothing like back negotiation or what they are doing that Mazi will be inside, that will be negotiating outside. So Mazi, Jisenike, we must get Biafra. Thank you from here.
There we are. Thank you very much. Caller on signal. Mazi, can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on.
Jonathan.
There we are, Mazi.
Yeah, good evening, one name, okay.
Good again.
I hope I'm coming out loud.
Yes, Mazi, go on. Go on. You are.
Mazi, there are so many questions which I want to ask. It's not that I don't know all of this, but it's good you ask because I said, oh, I always want to ask, why is it that the black man or Nigerian or this attitude of most of the middle belt, the Yorubas,
Mazi, you are no longer coming out. Mazi,
this,
you are
am I
breaking.
coming out?
Yes, you are breaking. Please, if you can remove your phone from, speaker, please. It will be better.
Okay, is it okay now, Mazi?
Yes, I think it's better. Go on. Mazi, can you hear me?
Because no matter how it is, we mark to go to. But why is it that black man or those that is in Nigeria or the Northerners or just this mentality of so long I don't have anything to do, I don't have anything to this other man that is there, I should hold on to him. So even if I'm dying with whatever that is trying to kill me, I should die with him. This mentality is what have all, whether you are in Africa or in Nigeria or in the Caribbean, or there is no mentality of sacrifice. Let me liberate my people, even if it costs me. And in the cost of doing that, I will still bring about the future liberation of my kind. You know, this thing still boils down to even once a black man is being fed properly, he doesn't consider anybody that the situation might be affecting. And it is very, very bad. That is why the problem of the black man is in the mentality. Not just physical policy, not just all of it. Yes, it is even the mentality. That is why, Mazi, we are lucky. Thank you so much. I thank Elohim for providing somebody like Mazi Mandana. Because there wouldn't have been any better person that would have done it. Because if you go about it in violence, you go about it in other ways, which most people do advise us, like anything I say, you got join politics, you will definitely fail and even worsen the future generation situation. That is why you must, the surgeon, the oppression has to be in the mentality, how we reason. We must, that is, I thank Elohim because without, we have paid a lot of price. I people, the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the US, and everyone that have been working assiduously, we have worked so much. It costs so much that we can, there is no way to quantify the cost. That is why people like us that have come to this position of reasoning, we always reason and we always know that the fault and where we should be able to make turn things around, it is in the mentality, the understanding of black men. It is not even the best of, even the most fierce war is being fought in the brain. So the best place to tackle every problem, it is in the brain. Because if you keep going as we are going presently in Nigeria, how we are, what have made even the Fulanis being successful? Okay, just like the argument, everybody's arguing, forgetting that people have died. Just as what you said now, who is to be held responsible? Nobody's asking these questions. You see people leave the proper issues and start discussing irrelevant issues because the capacity they are thinking, the way they see things, it is divided by their sentiments. By I will not die alone. If I say it, this people might be right. If I say it, Biafra will not go. But let me tell you, look, it is because of the evil, because of your supporting, because of your inability to stand for what is right, despite who it might be affecting, that have strengthened what has affecting everybody presently now. And there is no remedy if it's not you doing the needful without minding who it affects or who is being liberated. We are in this together because you have forced it and you have put every one of us in this very position. Secondly, my question is that it's not a question, it is an advice. Because prior to our today broadcast, we have gotten so many news in the zoo and other things that have been happening. I advise most of these Nigerians, whether there's that is in Middle Belt, whether as a Yoruba man, whether as an Igbo man, because you as an Igbo man, if you're not listening, you are not following up, you're doing yourself a great hand. You are the one that only who have remembered and that you must happen to Radio Biafra. Because if you watch most of their actions, things will happen. People will be calling on the government. Even just like the general that was killed. You do not know that the Fulani, the Boko Haram and the terrorists have infiltrated, that there is none of safety that is guaranteed. But I advise you to be listening to Radio Biafra, because we that have been listening to the Radio Biafra, we have done ourselves a lot of good by how we operate, how we see things, how we analyze things, how we approach things. And that have kept many of us alive. Here in Radio Biafra, you will no longer be in doubt of the capacity of evil of Nigeria. You escaped with your troop and you were sending to who? Is it today that they are killing your kind? Bade, who is more in higher position? They killed him like a rat. If I start counting, we will not live here. So whatever place you might be, it is a very good opportunity that you listen to Radio Biafra, because those that have set out this very platform it has cost them a lot because of your kind. And we are not here for ourselves alone. We are only here for the restoration and the safety of those that love freedom. Because what have come to exterminate every one of us, it doesn't, as in there is no stopping until they get to the Atlantic. Then thirdly is that if you are here crying for Mazi Nnamdi, I think you are making a very big mistake. There is none of us that is in this very place that have not known our fate or the consequences of all of these things that we are into. But you should be crying for yourself, because most of you don't even know the gravity of the evil that we are into. The Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, have endured it for almost 200 years. And even if I should ask, even Wikipedia and all of this, cannot give account of the numbers of people, millions, that this very Fulani have killed. The Hausa has killed themselves together with the Fulanis. The Yorubas have been slaughtered during prior to the 1966 coup. There was killing in Middle Belt and presently in the Yoruba land and the West, all of those things. Before the war breakdown, they killed all of these things. And there is no stopping them if you don't align yourself with the two. Mazi, there is no other option, because every option has been tried. If you look from the 1966, 1914 amalgamation, 1966 independence, these are all I discussed as in a position that this is where we should go. It has been tried. The amalgamation did not bring successfulness. The 1966 independence did not bring even the so-called Second Republic and Third Republic and the Constitutional Amendment and even the Constitution establishment in 1999 never guaranteed anything. But I want you to look at, because I said, we have stand in this very far because that is where Ojuku discussed in the Aburi Accord, which you never respected. Today, we are telling you that the best and the best way to disarm and to establish a peaceful region in West Africa, it is through balkanization, because nobody will love you better than yourselves. So it's a very great opportunity which Elohim has presented for you people. You can see Mazi Nnamdi is bearing the brunt. Despite all their injustice, he overlooked. If it comes in terms of ability, what he can do, surviving, he will survive far better than every one of us. Then he sacrifices for this, for me and you. So it's high time we hearken to the word of truth, the preaching, the words of liberation that have been coming out from this very radio. You don't play with it. I have been here since 2012 to date. In every way, I have been a beneficiary, which I can never be able to pay back. That is why I've sold my life. I've sold everything that I know, everything that I'm able to muster to this very restoration of Biafra. Because even if I work hard and get billions and live for my children, there is no guarantee. See this one that will kidnap and kill or harvest their organs. I must fight for the liberation of the, as in people, the Eastern Nigeria. And it is as easy as for you to join the train to make sure that we come against this very Fulani caliphate who have been the beneficiary, who have been the perpetrators of all the killings since 1918 something to date. Man, I say, may Elohim bless you, even more than the DOS, because there is no word I can use now to quantify how it is in me or equal their commitment. I say, may Elohim bless every one of us. I give us strength to continue.
Thank you.
Never stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You'll be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Chinedu, thank you so much. Yeah, I want to touch on the comment you made about the Middle Belt and Northern Christians. you know, that feeling of not seeing their freedom, not seeing the freedom of Biafran people as theirs. It's not just against them, it's not just them, like the rest of Nigeria, because the caliphate was able to infect all indigenous peoples of Nigeria with a strong anti-Igbo hatred or anti-Biafran hatred. It is so strong and powerful that you can see clearly that just because everybody is suffering, but so long as people are suffering, they're just fine with it. And that's where that thing comes from, where they say the crying of marginalization. Everybody is marginalized. But then you're not crying that you're marginalized, but you're saying that everybody is and clearly speaking, everybody is marginalized. But why are you not speaking up?
Yeah, that's it. So as everybody is marginalized, it's good. Don't complain. So they blame us for complaining. Why are you complaining? Why it is affecting everybody? So no need. Mazi, I understand what you're saying. Go.
And there was a tweet that somebody, a Yoruba person, said, even if Fulani is killing them, they don't care so long as P2B is not the president. And in some gathering, ebe a na-aṅụ mmanya, ndị mmadụ a na-achị as a not just the ordinary person is trolling on the Twitter. I say, no, it may not be just trolling. That when they were debating their fraudulent regionalism bill, a Yoruba senator clearly stated that doing regionalism would mean the freedom for Biafra. So what is the difference between that senator and that ordinary person on the street who said, so long as Fulani is killing them, they don't care, so long as Peter is not president. So every one of them is infected with this anti-Igbo hatred. And that is why the Northern Christians, the Middle Belters, because somebody mentioned it on one of those, our Twitter space, saying that we're not, and I see why some people, some Biafrans feel like that I'm not going to be sympathetic to people who actively were used as a tool to commit genocide on me. And they're not even apologetic about it. They still maintain that slow Nyamiri. So why should I be bothered? And I see why people can say that, because these are, like Nnamdi Kanu will say, it is a high level of Stockholm syndrome. This is a psychological defect. It took decades to build, and it can't just wipe. And even Igbos ourselves, we are infected by that. Because that's how the only Igbo people that are not, only Biafrans that are not affected by that are IPOB people. Every other Biafran is affected by that self-hatred. Because I don't see why somebody can see the whole thing clearly, that the Fulani Caliphate is manipulating everybody into destruction. And you want to patch it here, patch it there, a new Nigeria is possible. They deceive. That's why I don't really have any respect for all these so-called intellectuals, whether it's your P2B or your Dele Farotimi or your Showore. Yeah, they may be the best of the crop. However, why is it that they cannot see what a keke driver in Enugu can clearly see, that this thing is not working? Why is it that they have faith in saving a system like this, where, like play, the Fulani Caliphate, they'll float something and you think it's a joke, and years later it starts happening? Wasn't it a few years ago that they were saying that they want Yeti Allah to be your forest guard? Wasn't it a few years ago? And then recently they said they arrested some Yeti Allah in Kwara with its guns from NSA. But I mean, why are people? I can't understand. Okay, yeah, it's the Stockholm syndrome, the Christianity that numbs people. They become stupid. They can't use their critical thinking because they're speaking polished English with PhD and all the letters after their name. I guess that's why, because who could have seen? You can see clearly that the whole system is infected with terrorists. Your vice president is alleged to be a co-founder of Boko Haram. Your president is a CIA asset. CIA Krokro said that one. Your governors and senators is alleged to be terrorists and funding terrorists. Foreign companies, foreign countries have given you the list, and you're not agitated. You're not outraged. And you still want to save the soul. I am done. I'm sorry. I am done with Nigerians. I am totally done. So long as they can't see the freedom of Biafrans as tied to their own freedom, so long as they keep clinging to that one Nigeria, there's no salvation for them. And if we have a space to save ourselves and they want to be married to the caliphate, who's there, good for them. I'm not going to let my own freedom be jeopardized by somebody else, whatever they want to be friendly with the caliphate or not. Thank you very much.
Well, there were Mazi. That is it. And this is where I'm going to switch off the phones, please. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. What we are undergoing is not something that is new in what we are doing. It is okay. Sorry, I have somebody waiting on the signal. Please, Mazi, please make it as brief as you could. Mazi Ejike, can you hear me, please? Mazi. There will please make it as brief as you could. There will.
Alright. Great Biafran. Udoch Poku Kabia Mando. Ndi Roman Nadema. My name is
Mazi, your voice is not coming. Please, Mazi, your voice is breaking.
Biafra is our religion. On this hollow platform,
No. We cannot. It's not. We cannot even hear what you're saying, Mazi. No. Let me, in the absence of this, let me take this caller on WhatsApp. Please make it brief because the other person couldn't come in because of connectivity problem. Call on WhatsApp, make it brief. Can you hear me?
Mazi,
Mazi.
Yeah, so why I called is I want to make a contribution towards this idea of why this thing you're talking about. So two things. One is, why is it that these so-called belt people, why is it that on one hand they cry Christian persecution, on the other hand they want to separate their tragedy from our own tragedy, which is the same along the same timeline, just that our own happened, several years, some years ago. So that's one thing, because men like Gowon, he's alive. He's the man who presided over the massacre of our people. He was a tool of the caliphate. Today he's quiet. He don't want to say anything. He's violent, and his angers. All his people, they've been ransacked, chased away. He's coming out to still blame the war on Igbo people. He will lie, say Ojuku, that when they went to Aburi, this happened, that happened. Men like T.Y. Danjuma, who killed Agi Ronsi and made it possible for them to slaughter all the Igbo soldiers and then massacre our people on the streets. He is alive. He will come out and say, they collude. But he stops there. He will not tell the full truth and then say, okay, but it's the same thing you people did. That is on one hand, because I always say this sympathy that we want people having sympathy for the Middle Belters. Look, if these people get a chance again, they will slaughter us again. Because if a man does not go and apologize for the evil deed he has done, or even show remorse, or even acknowledge it, it means that one thing, either he does not see it as evil, or he has seen it as evil but doesn't care. Just like the man in TV, Yewata, after the Yewata massacre, when Tinubu went there, and then the guy was lamenting of the massacre, and then he said they helped to defeat Biafra. The other thing was what the last caller said. When we are trying to analyze why is it our people are evil like this. You have these intellectuals who understand that Nigeria cannot work. They understand the foundational problem of Nigeria. But for decades, they keep sustaining this thing. Because I feel that the main people responsible, it's not only Nigeria, it's Africa, it's Black Africa. The main people responsible for our problem are the intellectual people and elite. Because you cannot blame the ignorant, those people that are ignorant, have not traveled. They don't know any better. So they are very easy to manipulate. But our elite class and intellectual people are the most evil people and people that you indict when we talk about the sorry state of things in Black Africa, because they understand that these fake boundaries and false boundaries formed in Berlin is not allowing us to grow. But these people, because they are the elite and they benefit from this system in the way it's set up, they are the upper echelon. Then you see they know the truth, but if they don't want to sacrifice their comfort, which they benefit from, and for their posterity, their children, they don't want to dislodge this system or reset the system or whatever, because they don't know where they will end up after resetting the system. They might become they might become irrelevant. So is that our elite class? Because these people, they will tell you they understand the problem, but you see them heading all sorts of agency, fix the Africa, this one, Africa, people like Okonji Iweala. I was listening to something, a lady who was saying when she interviewed Okonji Iweala about the Christian genocide. This Christian Mampo. She met Okonji Iweala in somewhere. I was asking the woman. She said Okonji Iweala refused, did not want to answer that question. She was circumspect. So you see, all these our they know, but their benefits, they give them position. President of Nigeria, Vice President of Nigeria, World Bank, World Cup, everything done under Nigeria auspices, they benefit from it. So they don't want to sacrifice. That is one layer that is sustaining. Even if you come back after 1,000 years, Africa will be the way it is. That's why slavery lasted for 400 years. It's only when the white man came and said, no, stop this. If the white man did not stop slavery, now slavery in Africa would have been going on, and white people were coming to buy our people. It's our elite class. We are very wicked people, because the advantage the Europeans have over us is from the elite class. They're the ones who came over to Africa and saw the way Africa was and planned and strategized. That is why those people are all dead and gone. But the way they thought, their thought pattern, their idea of legacy, their sacrificial nature, their magnanimous nature, thinking of their people, what matters to them is posterity. It's not just me. They know that they'll be here 100 years. That's it. They're gone. But black man, if it's not me, no, and my people, we don't care. That's the truth. There's a way we're wicked people. I'm not going to miss what. Some of us get it, a few of us, like those of us who cling on to IPOB. But many of us don't. We are selfish. It's just what is in it for us. Thank you.
There were Mazi. Thank you very much. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, like what our brother, the last caller, said, when we talk about intellectuals or educated people, yes, we should understand that we are not educated in our own, how do you put it, culture or tradition. No. We are, programmed. When you see educated people, we are programmed to reason. Excuse me. We are programmed to reason like the Europeans, like the English, like the French, like the Spanish. And this is not who we are. This is the reason why Azikiwe, he was highly educated, but he failed to understand or reason in a way that will be beneficial to us. That is the main problem, That is the issue, So, what is there is this. We have come to stay, and this mentality must continue. We are not trying to undo our brothers in the Middle Belt or Christians in the North. No. The issue is this, that we must continue what we are doing, because that is how we are going to, be saved from the situation. And we must continue that to make sure that our voice overshadows other voices. They have programmed the Nigerian indigenous people in order to hate Igbo. That thing is not easy job. It is done by the British. When BBC, you don't know the evil and wicked work of Britain. Remember, is it because of now we have multiple media or multiple platforms dispensing news and all the rest, like the social media, like individual stations, media stations. Have you forgotten before BBC was the owner of the whole world, or our Nigerian world? Whatever you don't hear in BBC is not truth. I'm telling you, I could remember when we were little, all the military coups that we used to, like my father used to, is a BBC we used to tune, shortwave, that time. Once it is BBC that used to announce, first radio to announce military coup in Nigeria. I could remember that vividly. So you see, BBC played a very significant role in the anti-Igbo campaign that we are suffering today. We just have a think. Fulani is killing people, killing everybody. But people prefer the killing, the destruction of the Fulani, the hacking, the genocides of the Fulani to, Igbo being free. You see that it is not something that is started today. No. It is something that has been in the agenda, planned, heavily planned. You know that. And that's why I'm happy that Donald Trump is suing BBC. For even before we are talking of $5 billion, $10 billion for their continuous repetition of fake news and editing. There is no way evil will continue for a particular evil or crime will continue forever, or lies. It must be challenged one time or the other. It doesn't matter the time it takes. That is my happiness in this world. You see people, Alexander the Great, conquered the known world of that time. You see, there was a Roman Empire, Holy Roman Empire, that controlled everywhere in the known world of that time. But after they collapsed, they shrinked to what we see today. Ottoman Empire, you see all these renowned empires that thought that they will last forever. Ultimately, at one point or the other, at one time or the other, they will be relegated to the history. That is what you see. BBC committed heinous crimes against us. You see, BBC, what they committed against us is unmatchable to any other. I am telling you. And that is why they will suffer. So, you see, the hatred against us is very deep. This is how they, the colonizers, they will go to a place. That is how they will support and arm one ethnic group against other, to kill, to massacre. When you see like how America indigenous people, tribes, we are annihilated from the face of the earth. It's not only the colonizers or the Europeans that kill them. When they go, they will stoke up problem. If there is a little problem, they will now increase it. They will secretly join one tribe, arm them, make on no agree. to go and clear the other. You see, and when they kill the whole other, commit atrocities, they will stand alone. Now the Europeans, Spanish or English or Portuguese, they will just kill all of them as easy as anything. That is how they behave. They still got problems between tribes. Arm one tribe against others and be supporting them so that there will be no peace. That is what is called divide and conquer. That is what Britain established by creating that entity called Nigeria. But we are now wiser. It is not easy to undo what has been there for decades. It's not easy. But it is not something impossible. That is why we are also telling the indigenous people in the north, even the Hausa community, you lose nothing by rising up, because IPOB stands for the liberation of everybody. It is our time to rise up against the Fulani hegemony. The Fulani Caliphate, or the Fulani Empire, which is now known as the Sokoto Caliphate, played a very big role in transatlantic slavery. They captured slaves, Hausa slaves, other indigenous people slaves down to Yoruba land and sold them to the Europeans. That is when the Europeans started noticing them. Not even only there, right? Not even only in Nigeria, in other places in West Africa. That is it. So it is high time for everybody to rise up in order to face our reality. The northern Christians are being butchered. Genocide is being committed against Christians in Nigeria, including Biafrans. There is no doubt about it. The only solution that is permanent is the balkanization of Nigeria. From there, once Nigeria is balkanized, the Sokoto Caliphate will become powerless. Biafra will have a national power, national recognition under United Nations Charter in order to act as a nation and now be able to even protect non-Fulani indigenous people in even Nigeria, if Nigeria continues as of that time, as our neighbors. We now have the power to rise up to stand for them. That is how it is. So, just as you see, even, for example, the minority in Hindus in Pakistan, India used to protect them. Yes, they are in Pakistan, the little that is remaining in Pakistan today. India used to any persecution against Hindus of Pakistan. India as a country, as a neighboring country, because these are their brothers, they will rise and say, no, you don't do these people this. We are here. This is how it should be done. But the animosity against Ndibo, Biafrans in general, that Britain started is so deep. But we are trying to uproot it little by little. And that is why you must support what we are doing financially, make contacts and donate, because what we are doing, you are listening from everywhere and it's good. You are learning. But IPOB needs finance. It needs money. You can make contact. It doesn't matter from anywhere. There's no amount that is too big or too small. IPOB is not, if you give IPOB $1 million, Afagada san IPOB. Are you hearing me? If you make contact and say, okay, I want to just donate secretly, you donate 500,000 euro. It is not an abomination. No, this is a freedom fighting outfit. We are facing government, not an individual. That is one thing our people should understand. And what we are doing is methodical. It needs finance. There are many duties. There are many secret things that are being done. It needs only the ego. It needs money. It needs money. There are missions, secret missions that needs money. It's not only what you think or what you see and what you want to see. Now, what? No, 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 no. There are things that are more than water. You know, when you are fighting a very huge monster, big enemy, the only thing you will use is smartness. You need to be more smarter than your enemy. That is it. As long as your enemy have the more money, have more weapon, have more, you the only thing you use your brain. You become more smarter in order to defeat your enemy. And that's why Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra remains our religion and everything we are. Therefore, we must continue until Biafra is restored. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being tried. Instead of renting washed-out and poorly lettered individuals who parade themselves on television and social media to comment on matters far above their understanding, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, should do one very simple thing, since the court has refused to do it. Let the NBA, as the supposed guardian of legal conscience in Nigeria, tell the world under what extant and subsisting law Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being tried today. Just one question, not two, not three. Under what law? Because the last time we checked, the law under which he was allegedly charged has been repealed. And the court itself seems too shy or too complicit to admit that elementary fact. So instead of entertaining retired commentators, recycled legal analysts, and political errand boys who can barely interpret a traffic sign, the NBA should kindly step forward and help Nigerians understand what law is actually in operation here. If the judiciary won't say it, the NBA should, unless of course they too have decided that rule of law is now a suggestion, not a standard. We are not asking for magic, we are asking for truth, the same truth the NBA once claimed to defend. The world is watching and history is taking notes. Comrade Emma Powerful, spokesperson, media and publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being tried. Instead of renting washed-out and poorly lettered individuals who parade themselves on television and social media to comment on matters far above their understanding, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, should do one very simple thing, since the court has refused to do it. Let the NBA, as the supposed guardian of legal conscience in Nigeria, tell the world under what extant and subsisting law Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being tried today. Just one question, not two, not three. Under what law? Because the last time we checked, the law under which he was allegedly charged has been repealed. And the court itself seems too shy or too complicit to admit that elementary fact. So instead of entertaining retired commentators, recycled legal analysts, and political errand boys who can barely interpret a traffic sign, the NBA should kindly step forward and help Nigerians understand what law is actually in operation here. If the judiciary won't say it, the NBA should, unless of course they too have decided that rule of law is now a suggestion, not a standard. We are not asking for magic, we are asking for truth, the same truth the NBA once claimed to defend. The world is watching and history is taking notes. Comrade Emma Powerful, spokesperson, media and publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being tried. Instead of renting washed-out and poorly lettered individuals who parade themselves on television and social media to comment on matters far above their understanding, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, should do one very simple thing, since the court has refused to do it. Let the NBA, as the supposed guardian of legal conscience in Nigeria, tell the world under what extant and subsisting law Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being tried today. Just one question, not two, not three. Under what law? Because the last time we checked, the law under which he was allegedly charged has been repealed. And the court itself seems too shy or too complicit to admit that elementary fact. So instead of entertaining retired commentators, recycled legal analysts, and political errand boys who can barely interpret a traffic sign, the NBA should kindly step forward and help Nigerians understand what law is actually in operation here. If the judiciary won't say it, the NBA should, unless of course they too have decided that rule of law is now a suggestion, not a standard. We are not asking for magic, we are asking for truth, the same truth the NBA once claimed to defend. The world is watching and history is taking notes. Comrade Emma Powerful, spokesperson, media and publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being tried. Instead of renting washed-out and poorly lettered individuals who parade themselves on television and social media to comment on matters far above their understanding, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, should do one very simple thing, since the court has refused to do it. Let the NBA, as the supposed guardian of legal conscience in Nigeria, tell the world under what extant and subsisting law Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being tried today. Just one question, not two, not three. Under what law? Because the last time we checked, the law under which he was allegedly charged has been repealed. And the court itself seems too shy or too complicit to admit that elementary fact. So instead of entertaining retired commentators, recycled legal analysts, and political errand boys who can barely interpret a traffic sign, the NBA should kindly step forward and help Nigerians understand what law is actually in operation here. If the judiciary won't say it, The NBA should, unless of course they too have decided that rule of law is now a suggestion, not a standard. We are not asking for magic, we are asking for truth, the same truth the NBA once claimed to defend. The world is watching and history is taking notes. Comrade Emma Powerful, spokesperson, media and publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being